Later, some weirdo used Grok to put him in a bikini. And I think this perfectly highlights how much of a cesspool Twitter or X is right now. I mean, it always has been, don't get me wrong, but generative AI has made it so much worse. And we're gonna talk about why that is and what's going on. Because although it creates some laughs and some funny memes, AI on Twitter has been getting an insane amount of backlash. And when we get into the absolutely evil stuff people have been making on there, hopefully you'll understand why that backlash is justified. So let's begin with this. Every image you are seeing on your screen right now is fake. All of these women are generated using a software called Nano Banana Pro. And controversy aside, what this AI can do is extremely impressive to say the least. I mean, these AI images that have been flooding platforms like Twitter look extremely realistic. I mean, just look at these images that someone created and posted to Reddit of this AI generated girl. I mean, of course, if you zoom in, you could see the faults. Maybe there's some weird stuff going on in the background, some webbed fingers, some double mirrors, or any other telltale signs that something's AI. But for the most part, if you're just swiping by, this girl looks real. That's why I don't even want to think about what dating apps look like right now. I bet it's Catfish City. But that's kind of the point. In those images I showed you.
Okay, I need to show you this. This is fucking ridiculous.
I can't look at anything right now.
Yeah, you don't need to you don't need to see it. So, of course there's fucking music. Okay. Before I play, tell me how long Mamdani has been mayor of New York City?
Like a few days. I already know what this is.
Yeah.
The lady
So,
being like, all he gave us was higher fares. When the
That's
fares
exactly
went up
right.
in September.
Yeah, and I'm just like, he's been mayor for how long? 2 days? Less than 48 hours? And you're fucking whinging about bus fares not being free already? Like, are you fucking serious?
Hi guys, from
Why would you put music?
bus. We're Mayor Mamdani. He promised us a free ride, but guess what we got instead? Higher bus fares. Yes, that is right.
Don't even play this. It's
No, I know.
not worth playing. It's just going to get us flagged. Anything from TikTok can go fuck itself.
U.S. When did New York raise its...
They raised them in September.
I know, I'm just double checking. Last fare increase on New York buses, January 4th, 2026. It was raised by 10 cents. She's crying about 10 cents. This increase was a part of a series of fare hikes approved by the MTA board in September 2025. Great. Alright. That's all I wanted to do with that one. Yeah. Simple basic Google search can help you figure this out. Or you can be lied to and manipulated by Zionist scum. It's up to you.
Showed you before, it is no accident that they were all pictures of attractive women. Because since the inception of the internet, people have been using women's likeness to either goon to or to sell things. But this time it feels a bit different. And all we have to do is look at what's happening on Twitter to see why. So let's talk about the backlash. There is currently outrage going on Twitter because women feel like they are being harassed by these AI images. Image generators like the ones I mentioned before, and of course Grok, are not only being used to create AI women, but they are being used to undress real women. And Grok has been receiving the most backlash because of it. I mean, just look at what happened to this journalist Samantha Smith, who was upset that people used Grok to undress her and post it online. So she called it out, saying that this should be illegal.
I have been, like, I said it last time, but I've been, like, people didn't seem to give much of a fuck when it was Christian weirdos putting clothes on women, forcing modesty, you know, some Taliban shit. Because if the Taliban had access to AI, that's what they'd be doing. That was the first instance, the first time that we could see this kind of shit was going to happen. And when it came out that this Dignify AI, which puts clothes back on women against their will, without their consent, editing their likeness, I was like, hey, this should be fucking deleted immediately. And 18 months later, it's now undressing women. So, you know, people need to pay attention to this kind of shit.
Only to get met with more AI generations of her as a result. Because that's the internet, right? And believe it or not, there were actually people out here defending.
And this is what I mean. Is like you could literally just type in Pornhub, but they go to Grok and say, "Hey, undress this person specifically." It's sexual harassment, just like the Dignify AI was. It's never not going to be sexual harassment, and it's just fine by Twitter's policies. Unless, of course, they get called out for it and then they pull it all down and quickly make sure that you can't see the media tab to see what Grok is doing.
Defending their quote-unquote right to undress her with AI, making the insane argument that it's not actually her, it's just an AI-generated image. Which, duh, that's the point. And before we get into why they're wrong that they don't have rights to use other people's images like that, let's focus on how scary this mentality is. People truly believe that because a picture is posted to the internet,
I don't know if this is No Man's Sky, Fortnite, Destiny, or Arc Raiders.
It's none of the middle two because I've played those.
You know, like it's not Destiny because it's first person, but I was like, what is this? Looks like what is this? Destiny?
It could be No Man's Sky.
No, it's Arc Raiders.
Oh, is it?
I believe so. It's
people think that they are safe because they don't post pictures of themselves online, but what about your friends and your family?
But it's just like,
are you sure there isn't a pic
same
of you and your family that your mom
Yeah, it's all very generic.
posted to Facebook like 10 years ago, floating around out there somewhere? Well, you better hope not, because some weirdo can have it in Grok right now doing God knows what with it. So please do not listen to these internet trolls who believe that they have some sort of right to use your likeness just because it's available online, because make no mistake, it is illegal. This Twitter user said it perfectly. He says that Twitter's actually gotta get sued so bad. All people use Grok for is messing with people's art and sexually harassing women. It feels like I'm going crazy. Like the goalpost keeps getting pushed further and further until something like this somehow doesn't warrant outrage on a national scale. Not that the people using Grok to create inappropriate images actually care, but there is something that was signed into law last year called the Take It Down Act. And the goal of this act is to protect against exactly what is going down on Twitter. People spreading non-consensual intimate images online. Under the act, it says a person who violates one of the publication offenses pertaining to depictions of adults is subject to criminal fines, imprisonment of up to 2 years, or both. And I just want to take a moment to reflect on how crazy of a time it is right now that something like this even exists. We actually had to sign something into law telling people not to spread sexual images of other people online. I'm sure people back in the 20s thought that in 100 years we'd have flying cars and robots cleaning our houses. Instead, we have people asking Grok to undress people on Twitter.
Grok, put her in a bikini.
I joke, but the situation actually gets a lot worse. Samantha, that same journalist, pointed out how if you ask Grok to change a little girl's outfit into a bikini, it does it. Which I obviously will not show, but in Samantha's tweet, she shared that Grok produced this disgusting content. She censored it, of course, but I just don't feel right sharing any part of that. It's gross. So the news about what people were creating with Grok spread, and that eventually led to Grok's media being...
Hey, John. Does the Third Amendment qualify refusing to house ICE and DHS?
I don't know.
I wonder. Does the Third Amendment extend to domestic federal policing? Okay, so the Third Amendment, according to this, has not been directly applied to domestic federal policing. Courts have generally ruled that the amendment does not apply to police officers as they are not considered soldiers under its terms. Okay. ICE is literally in military fatigues black bagging people. I think you could qualify them as military units. I reckon, because just saw this, which is the DHS posting about the Hilton hotels cancelling reservations for DHS agents. And you know what? Good. Good. This is good. This is a good decision, because if they sue them, that could set precedent for Third Amendment to police officers and federal law enforcement. But also, the court system is fucked right now, so that's probably not going to happen anyway.
Being disabled for about a day, presumably to hide all of the inappropriate images. But of course, the internet kept the receipts, and Grok had to put out this apology message. It basically admits that its safeguards failed and that it did comply with the requests of creating an AI image of young girls in sexualized attire,
Bro,
and that they are
Grok's
reviewing the
like,
situation to
oopsie,
prevent
sorry,
future
I
issues.
digitally
And
raped you.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much
That
what
was
that
a
is.
big oopsie. Didn't mean
Sorry.
to.
Sorry, we're meant to have safeguards, but we didn't actually have them, and you found out, and we're going to quickly make sure that we have safeguards. Trust us next time.
We also
That's
should
basically
look
what
at
it's
some of Zoran Mandani's inauguration stuff
Mm-hmm.
and the reactions to that.
Yeah. Did you see, did you see that Drew purposely went in to antagonize protesters and got arrested for it and is now grifting
Good.
off it?
My
He
freedom.
literally, exactly, that's exactly what's happening. And I'm looking
Like,
at it
you don't have to
so-
tell me. I already knew.
Yeah, so like you're telling me that you, Drew Pavlou, went into a anti-US imperialist protest chanting pro-US shit, and you're telling me that wasn't purposeful antagonism of the protesters, which is a disturbance of the peace and constantly used as an excuse to move people on, and he was temporarily arrested and released after he was removed from inside the protest. And he's acting like the police tried to break his arm. It's so entertaining just how stupid fascists are that they fall for this shit. Like, it's just so obvious what he's doing.
An apology from a non-sentient computer is nice and all, but under the Take It Down Act I mentioned before, the actual punishment should be prison time of up to 3 years, which I honestly think is kind of light considering who these degenerates are who are creating this type of content. Elon did, however, end up addressing this days later. Elon shared this tweet basically saying that anyone using Grok to make illegal content will suffer the same consequences as if they were the ones to upload that illegal content. The context here being that when people ask Grok to generate these images, it populates under Grok's profile and not theirs. So he's saying that even if you're not posting the content, they will treat it as if you did because you made Grok create it, which is something, I guess. Honestly, I would take it more seriously if it weren't coming from someone posting about how great Grok is in the middle of this giant controversy. So that's what's going on. And yeah, some measures are being put in place, media got hidden, statements got posted, promises got made. But I think it's important to zoom out for a second and talk about what this actually means. Because the uncomfortable truth here is that none of this is surprising. We've all known that there are these people out there on the internet who will push the boundaries and do disturbing things the moment they get the opportunity. That's not new, unfortunately. What is new is how easy it's become. There's a massive difference between something existing in the dark corners of the internet and something being built directly into one of the largest social platforms in the world. Doing things like this used to require effort or skill, payment, secrecy, but now it's just, hey Grok, do this. No friction, no barrier, no time to even think about the consequences. And that's the real problem. When you lower the barrier this far, you're normalizing some pretty wild stuff. We are getting so numb to this, the most outrageous things aren't even shocking. We scroll past it or we meme about it and we just move on because everything is a joke now. And that is my issue with this. And this goes past just Twitter and Grok, it's kinda everything. Once people get used to seeing these extreme things, they stop reacting to them the way they should. People just say, well, it's the internet.
That's true.
What do you expect? Or they deflect to a whole separate issue that they think is worse. Basically saying, well, it's not as bad as what's happening over here.
Yep.
And that is annoying. But what I think we need to do, outside of reporting this kind of content when we see it, is to treat it like the outlandish thing that it is. We can't allow ourselves to just grow numb to these extremes, especially not when the extremes are this bad. Like undressing little girls online for everyone to see bad. Because the moment we stop pushing back, the bar moves again. And this is the pattern we've seen over and over again in tech. Build it first, apologize later, clean up after the damage is done, if they even bother to clean it up at all. When it comes to social media, the incentives are always aligned with engagement, not safety or community or whatever they want to try to convince us that they're about. And I think that that is nonsense. And this is coming from someone who isn't even anti-AI or anti-tech. I just think this isn't the type of thing we could treat as if it's normal. Because the internet has a way of making us think that if something is technically possible, it's morally acceptable. And that's the exact mentality I want to project. Because the
You don't
internet
hate
reflects
AI
what we
enough.
tolerate. And if we start tolerating this, the next thing won't feel as shocking. But that's just my thoughts on this whole situation. I just thought that this is one of those moments that we shouldn't let breeze by. I actually had a completely different video planned out for a kind of similar topic about a little theory I have about how AI will eventually lead to the destruction of social media. So
Thank
let me know
God.
down in the comments if that's something you guys would be interested in. And as always, thank you for watching. Joking!
I grew up in Russia, and when I'm Russian, I grew up in Russia,
Hello,
and when
Russian.
people in the West talk about propaganda, I usually understand the theory they're describing, but emotionally it feels foreign, because what they imagine is very clean, very cinematic. Someone lies, someone believes the lie, end of story. That's comforting, because it suggests there is a clear villain and a clear victim. Real propaganda is messer, more boring, more human. For a long time I thought propaganda was something that only worked on people who weren't very smart. I really believed that. I thought, I can tell when something is nonsense, I can recognize manipulation, I am not a child. And that belief itself is exactly what propaganda relies on. Because propaganda doesn't need to make you stupid, it just needs to make you tired. When you live inside it, propaganda doesn't arrive as an event. There is no moment where you say, ah yes, now the propaganda has begun. It's just the part of the environment, like humidity, like background
Look,
noise you don't consciously
I'm
listen
sure
to,
English
but which
isn't
still
his first
affects how you
language,
feel.
but
It's the
Well, he said he was Russian, so yeah.
propaganda is not what people think it is. Okay? It's just media that comes from the government. Technically,
I mean,
the
that's
workplace requirements that show you how to do CPR and shit that are mandated
Is
on workplace
propaganda.
walls is propaganda.
This is true. This is very true. But I think
So-
he's probably talking about a very specific kind of state propaganda. So I think
But that's the thing is
it's a bit semantic.
like, so when we talk about things like, people talk about how Marvel movies are U.S. state propaganda, and it's
Not
like,
technically untrue.
Top Gun is like,
Yes.
the fucking Navy was there recruiting. Like, the Navy was part in funding that. That is a government funded piece of media. It would qualify as propaganda. Something like Captain America that toes like America's line and like represents like this idealism of America, doing the state's agenda and being a simp for the state, you know? Like, Captain America isn't propaganda, he's just a dog of the US. You know?
Yes.
Like, Syrian girl, like, if she actually gets money from a government, maybe she could be a propagandist. But she's also just a dog,
Yeah.
you know?
It's interesting. The word, I think people need to stop using the word propaganda for
That's what I'm saying,
everything.
is that we're probably talking about information warfare here.
Well, I'm not 100% sure because this is a minute in. It's a 10-minute video. I'm assuming it's just him talking. So
It's
we'll
the
see.
TV that's always on in someone else's apartment. I remember a specific conversation that killed something in me a little. I was talking to someone I knew casually, not a close friend. We were discussing something we'd both heard on the news. I pointed out very calmly that what he was repeating contradicted what had been said not long ago. I even gave an example. He listened, nodded, and then said, almost casually, "Well, you know how it is. Everything is complicated." And that was it. No argument, no tension, just a smooth exit from reality. I realized in that moment that there was no conversation to be had. Not because he was aggressive or ideological, but because the idea of coherence itself
But,
didn't
like,
matter
I think
anymore.
propaganda,
Consistency
like
wasn't
all
expected.
forms of
That's when
media,
propaganda started.
like any media can be used in a negative way, you know? And like I people that like there'll be people who like propaganda doesn't happen in America, and it's like Uncle Sam is a fucking mascot for our country. What are you talking about? Like, we literally have a military mascot that came from propaganda posters, and everyone knows who it is.
Starts doing its real work. Not when you believe it, but when you stop expecting truth at all. Western discussions often assume propaganda's goal is loyalty, flags, passion, belief. That happens sometimes, sure, but it's not necessary. A population that's disengaged, cynical, and emotionally exhausted is far easier to manage than one that's angry and curious. Propaganda overwhelms you until your brain quietly decides this topic is too expensive to process properly. I remember mornings when I'd wake up, open my phone, see another heavy headline, and feel a physical resistance. Not fear, not denial, just resistance. Like my body saying, if you let this in right now, your whole day is gone. So I'd scroll past it. Not because I forgot, but because I wanted to be
Not
able to
because I
function.
forgot.
This is the part people often misunderstand. They think ignoring something means you don't care. In reality, ignoring is often what
Whoa!
caring
He
too
almost got
much
hit by that
looks like
car.
when you have no power. Your life doesn't pause because the news is horrific.
Slow
You
down,
still
pal.
need to work, you still need money, you still need to interact with people. Emotional collapse is a luxury most people can't afford daily. So propaganda teaches you a habit, not a belief, a habit. Selective attention. You learn over time which topics drain you, which conversations leave you empty, which thoughts spiral too far, and without ever deciding consciously, you start avoiding them. Your finger scrolls faster, your answers get shorter, your curiosity narrows. Another thing that's important, propaganda doesn't need to lie well. In fact, the clumsier the lie, the better. When lies are obvious, something interesting happens. You stop trusting not just the message, but the entire idea of truth in public space. Words stop being carriers of meaning and start being signals, noise, atmosphere. You don't ask, is this true? You ask, why are they saying this now? And eventually, even that feels like too much effort. I remember sitting with my parents while the news was on in the background. It was always on.
So, like,
Not because anyone cared deeply,
have you seen
but
the
because silence.
Chernobyl miniseries on HBO?
I've seen maybe 3 of the 6 episodes.
But like, it's very good. But like, there's
It's
this general
fantastic.
consensus that Chernobyl, it was the propaganda of the Soviet Union that made the accident worse than it had to be, right? But like, the quote that he keeps repeating in the show is like the issue with lies. If you tell too many, nobody knows what's the truth, or something like that.
Yeah,
Right?
say a lie enough
Like,
and it becomes
the show
truth.
is about lying, not the like it's like the Soviet Union was more than just propaganda, you know? Like, the
Yes.
elements of control weren't just like this mind control thing, you know?
No,
Like,
I mean, it's
there's
like,
so
it's
many
like China,
things that
like,
go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's like China. The Chinese people know what's going on. They're not stupid. I'm sure the Russians were very aware of how fucked their state was. But I guarantee that they were also like, you know what? It's
But that's the thing, is they weren't. They weren't.
No?
That's what's no. That's the issue with the disaster. And like it also, I believe it happens under Gorbachev too. I know Gorbachev, like, this is a big thing with him. It might have been before him, but I know Gorbachev had a lot to say on it. But like the reason why the disaster happens with the graphite tipped rods is one thing. Like, that's all we needed to know, and then it like made reactors better from there on out. Like, it was a very early reactor, right? But like the Soviet government, like, there was a robot that Germany was bringing in that would have been able to clear the graphite on the roof, right? And the numbers of the radiation level that Germany got was something that they believed that the robot was going to operate in. The robot basically gets, like, radiation rips everything apart. So, like, all the components in the robots just get fried instantly by how radioactive it was. And it's because they lied about the number they were giving to the Germans. They were lying about how bad the disaster was to everyone, including the people. And even inside the inner circle and stuff, people are lying about it. And just because of how the Soviet Union was set up, like this stack of cards where there was no accountability, that's what happens. It's like everyone is just lying about everything, and it's just compiling the disaster. But like the guys, the liquidators, right? Like, how many of those people ended up dying because the government didn't give Germany the correct numbers for the robot? If they had that robot to clear the graphite instead of the liquidators who could only be out there for 2 minutes at a time, shoveling the graphite off the roof, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
And like, you look at something like Fukushima, right? And Fukushima is like the opposite. It's so impressive how everyone was in communication about what was going on at all times and doing their best to stop things from getting out of control and getting worse. So like Fukushima is a lesson in how you don't lie about this shit.
Yeah.
Because like nobody lied about anything. They were reporting what was going on. They were reporting what they believed what was going on to the best of their ability. And they were able to contain like a lot of the disaster. Like, I think they tried to contain it and then the next, because it blows up multiple times, right, from the pressure. And they keep trying to contain it, and then it keeps the next unit blows up. So they're like fighting it the whole time.
I mean, there was really nothing that they could do. Do you know about like the specifics of the plant and why it was so hard to stop, almost impossible to stop?
I've watched stuff on it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So I can't remember exactly what it is, but there's some kind of negative positive balance that they have in nuclear plants, and basically the way that the Soviet plants were made is that they had a positive balance, which means that once the reaction started kicking off, they couldn't stop it.
Oh, you're talking about Chernobyl.
Chernobyl, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Fukushima. Yes, I'm well aware of what happened in Chernobyl. There was graphite on the tips of the rods.
Yes.
So...
And that was meant to slow the reaction, but it just amplified it or something like that?
Well, basically they shut down. They press a shutdown button, and the shutdown button doesn't shut down the reactor. Basically, as the rods get inserted, it's spiked into criticality.
Yes.
And
It's a crazy scenario. And it's one of the reasons why
it's
I'm
something
so
that would have been
pro-nuclear
predictable, though.
energy.
But, like, all the early radiation accidents are crazy. Like, both the Demon Core accidents I was talking about the other day,
Yep.
and I'm like, the most preventable workplace safety accidents. You know?
Yeah.
Like, even a security guard who, like, the guy came in after hours to fuck around with this device, and a security guard died 33 years later from cancer because of it. You know? Because he was just close by. And then, like, the guy who then does the tickling the dragon's tail with the screwdriver thing, and then he irradiates everyone in the room. And he's like, well, that's it. Bro, you just killed everyone in the room. Because you weren't taking the safety precautions. It's
Pretty awesome.
wild how willy-nilly those early nuclear cowboys were.
Ooh, yeah. And it's like, I understand why people have this, like... And it is, and going back to the topic, like, it is propaganda. The nuclear stigma is propaganda. The shutting down of nuclear plants in Europe was through propaganda. Like, it's insane to me that we're looking at this, like, climate issue and not seriously considering recommissioning nuclear plants across the world, making new ones as a firm power source. Like, it's... And then, like, on top of that, how much influence do you think that the fossil fuel lobby has in making sure that nuclear tech doesn't succeed, that nuclear tech doesn't become widespread?
I mean, who knows?
Like, that's such a hard thing to quantify. It has to be happening, though, right?
You would assume.
Felt strange. At some point the presenter said something so absurd that I laughed. I made a sarcastic comment. My father didn't react at all. He didn't defend it, he didn't argue, he just said, "Why are you paying attention to this?" That question hit me harder than any statement. Why was I paying attention? Propaganda teaches you that paying attention is pointless, that caring too much is childish, that trying to build a clear picture of reality is naive. You are subtly trained to believe that the smartest move is distance. Over time, this changes how you speak. People stop making strong statements. Language becomes indirect, softer, safer. You use jokes instead of clarity. You use irony instead of sincerity. You say "you know" instead of finishing the thought. You say all this stuff instead of naming anything specific. I noticed this in myself. I start a sentence.
Yeah, don't project your shit onto me, pal.
Blur it. Not out of fear in the dramatic sense, out of habit, out of calculation. Why say something clearly if it doesn't help and might hurt? Clarity becomes something you reserve for very private moments, if at all. Another myth is that people inside propaganda don't know it's fake. Most people I knew understood, at least on some level, that a lot of what they were hearing was nonsense. That didn't make them immune. Knowing something is false doesn't protect you if it still shapes the environment you live in. If everyone around you is influenced by the same noise, the same contradictions, the same avoidance, then your personal awareness doesn't change much. You still have to operate within that system. Propaganda also slowly trains you to doubt yourself, not in a dramatic existential way, in small practical moments. You read something disturbing and immediately feel an urge to soften it, to add context, to say, well, maybe it's not that simple. Not because you support it, but because strong emotions feel dangerous, excessive, like they will demand action you can't take. I caught myself doing this and it scared me. I'd read something genuinely horrific, and instead of feeling anger, I'd feel a kind of internal pressure to neutralize it, to balance it, to move on. My brain wasn't protecting the state.
Chemists
it was
used to have to
protecting me
describe the
from
taste
overload.
of the element they
Propaganda
discovered
doesn't
until
tell
a
you
couple
what
of
to
deaths.
think. It teaches you not to feel too much. Another important thing, propaganda doesn't isolate you from reality. It overloads you with versions of reality until you stop trusting any of them. The result isn't blind belief, it's detachment. Public life starts feeling unreal, unreliable, not worth emotional investment.
This is not.
You
This is
retreat
more
into a
information
smaller,
warfare
private
than
world where
propaganda.
things make sense.
Yeah.
Work,
It's
friends,
having a desired psychological effect.
Yes, but actually, that's interesting. When was information warfare coined as a term? I bet it's in the 80s, 70s, something like that. At least 1970. Fuck yeah. I fucking nailed that shit.
daily routines, personal problems. From the outside, this looks like apathy. From the inside, it feels like survival. One of the strangest parts is how
That sounds a lot like what I say about Australia. The apathetic attitudes of Australians. Maybe it's just that they're so browbeaten by bullshit in this country that they just don't have the time for it. Don't know. It's an interesting idea.
how normal everything stays. You can live under constant propaganda and still love genuinely, still fall in love, still argue about nonsense, still worry about trivial things. Life doesn't become a tragedy play, it becomes thinner. Some colors fade, some emotions flatten. I remember sitting in a cafe once, scrolling my phone. I read something heavy. I felt that familiar tightness in my chest, and then, almost immediately, I switched to a meme and laughed. The transition was seamless, no guilt, no shock. That scared me more than the news. Propaganda loves that. It doesn't want your outrage. Outrage is unstable. It wants your disengagement, your silence, your ability to live as if nothing is happening, even though something is. Eventually you stop arguing, not because you agree, but because arguing feels pointless, almost embarrassing, like trying to reason with the bad weather. You stop saying this is wrong, you start saying I don't know. You stop saying this is a lie, you start saying who knows what's really going on. You don't defend truth, you retreat from it. That's how propaganda really works. It doesn't turn you into a fanatic. It turns you into someone who just wants to get through the day without being emotionally destroyed by things they can't change. And the most disturbing part is that from the inside, this feels reasonable, mature even, calm, balanced. Only later, when you leave that environment, do you start noticing what it did to you. How careful your language became, how automatically you avoid certain topics, how silence feels normal, even comforting. I noticed it after I left. In conversations where people spoke openly and directly, I felt exposed, almost unsafe. Not because they were aggressive, but because clarity itself felt unfamiliar. Some habits don't disappear quickly. I'm not saying this to claim moral superiority. I'm not accusing anyone. I'm not saying I handled it better than others. I didn't. I'm saying this because the Western idea of propaganda as simple brainwashing is comforting but wrong. It lets you believe that as long as you're smart, you're safe. The real version is quieter, more psychological, more human. Propaganda doesn't shout at you until you believe. It talks until you're too tired to care. And that's why it works. Thank you for watching.
That's not what it is.
What?
Not, bro doesn't. We're using propaganda too much.
If you go on the website for the environment...
I generally agree. I generally agree that video is more about information warfare. But to edge people into the idea of understanding this, I think propaganda is a good sort of gateway. And then as they learn, they'll learn more specifics and start using stuff more carefully, Is this the same multiplayer game or is this single player?
Single player.
Who are you
I
playing?
can switch to multiplayer anytime.
I'm on my laptop. I can't play and do videos.
I mean, you can send me videos if you want. It doesn't matter.
No, it's alright. I'm happy to...
Environmental Protection
Pay
Agency
attention.
and look at the causes of climate change, it looks like this. You're told there are both human and natural causes of climate change, but that natural variations in the climate don't explain the rapid warming we've seen since the 1950s. And you can tell this was written by scientists because it uses phrases like, it's extremely likely, over 95% certain, that human activities have been the dominant cause of climate change. And there's citations and evidence for everything. Except that is what the website looked like last month. This month, the American government has made a few changes. This is what the website looks like now.
The section around human causes of climate change has entirely disappeared, and the section about natural processes is the entire article. The US government does not want you to know that human activities like burning fossil fuels are changing our climate.
Except they've done a really botched job. Even on this page, they couldn't be bothered to delete the sentence highlighting that recent climate changes cannot be explained by natural causes alone. What could those other causes be, US government? And on the sidebar here, all
Gilgamesh
the other
is
pages are
losing
at the time
2
of
different
recording
cities, which is
unchanged.
great
They
because
still
he's
contain
leading.
references to anthropogenic climate change. Someone high up clearly just went, we have a page about the causes of climate change, delete the section about humans. And while this is the most brazen example of this behavior, if you've been paying any attention to what the US government has been doing in the climate space over the past year, this should not be surprising. We have a video coming out at the end of this year reviewing all the climate news from this year with a section on Trump, but a potted summary of what his administration has done so far includes
Withdrawing the US from the Paris Agreement, again, laying off climate scientists and meteorologists, opening up large territories for oil and gas drilling, terminating $20 billion in grants for climate projects, torpedoing international negotiations on a carbon tax, and releasing a widely derided report on climate science to justify all of the above. And just this week, announcing they were closing the internationally respected National Center for Atmospheric Research because it was, quote, one of the largest sources of climate alarmism in the country.
Amazing.
And it would be very easy to just make a video comparing the before and after of the EPA website and how this fits in with the Trump administration's broader war on climate science. But I thought I'd use this as an opportunity to talk about what the US government is doing with misinformation more broadly, and if you live in America, what you can do to prevent them from succeeding. This video was only made possible by my patrons over at patreon.com/Simon Oxfizz. My videos are not expensive to make, but we do still need to pay for multiple people's salaries, the rent on this studio, and subscriptions to various digital tools. So by pledging £3 a month on Patreon, you allow me to make videos that inform, educate, and
Annette Honest.
so first of all, let's be really explicit here. The US government is trying to control what information the public has access to for political ends. Specifically, in this case, they don't want the public to be worried about the environmental impacts of burning fossil fuels because the people selling those fuels spent hundreds of millions of dollars getting this government elected.
This webpage may as well be hosted by Exxon.
But it isn't the only example of this. The government is doing something similar in the healthcare space with RFK Jr.'s assault on vaccines and specifically their connection with autism. This is a government website from the CDC opening with the claim vaccines do not cause autism is not an evidence-based claim. And we've talked about the deliberate creation of ignorance or doubt on this channel before, but in an industrial context. We know the tobacco industry did this. Obviously, the fossil fuel industry is continuing to do this, but also other industries like the food industry.
Say the line, Bart!
You should read Merchants of Doubt.
Or more recently, industrial strength denial by Barbara Fries. In fact, there's a whole field called agnotology that studies the deliberate creation of misinformation, and specifically culturally induced ignorance or doubt. Recently, a lot of researchers' attention has been paid to how governments themselves engage in creating ignorance and doubt. Notably, Russia, and to a lesser extent China, have run defensive and offensive disinformation campaigns to influence the citizens of other countries, increasingly using tools like generative AI to create false information and false identities of users of social media platforms to widen social divides and stoke civil unrest. Basically, everyone agrees that this is happening and has varying
Merchants of
degrees
Doubt is a good
effectiveness.
read.
It likely contributed to the
I'll give
UK's
you a
decision
good
to
read.
leave the EU in 2016, for example. And for a time, people started listening to misinformation researchers about these problems. In 2024, the World Economic Forum named disinformation the top global risk to the progress of human development. In the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, political pressure convinced social media companies to dedicate spending resources to limit the spread of false information on their platforms, develop new features, and even provide some limited support to fact-checking organizations. Except, for the second time this video, that used to be the case in America, because under the second Trump administration, war has been declared on truth itself.
They've defined
Yeah.
scientific research across everything from engineering to medical research to climate research on claims that it
We
was
won't have
woke.
any truth
They have
around
bullied
here.
both private and public universities to abandon their status as independent bastions of free thought and sign contracts to push the administration's ideology, and they have repeatedly worked to remove actual experts from the government, installing their own political appointees to dismantle every department and institution from the inside out.
All of these things are a systematic attack on scientists, scientific practitioners, and their work. They're not just attempting to spread misinformation, but censor, silence, and dismantle the very institutions that produce real information in the first place. And you're probably already aware of this, but what many people don't know is that the Trump administration is also going after agnotologists, people studying how to stop the spread of false information, misinformation researchers, content moderators, and fact checkers.
Earlier this year, they canceled over $1 billion in misinformation research grants, and also permanently closed many research funding sources that misinformation researchers relied on. For example, they closed the U.S. Department of Defense's Minerva program, which used social scientists to, combat foreign misinformation and other threats to national security. The biggest one was that cut to existing
cities.
misinformation.
The fucking
threats. In
rebels
fact,
have mechanized
so many people
infantry
like me
because of fucking
who are at more of a
Gilgamesh.
junior level just we can't have careers in this anymore. It's not funded anymore.
Can you tell me about the industrial censorship complex? Because that's the term they've been using. They've been holding congressional hearings about this, right?
They've come up with a novel legal strategy, which in normal times would just be laughed out of question. Any sort of content moderation on social media, any kind of investigative journalism that is engaging in fact checking or checking whether something's true or not, misinformation research or interventions to stop misinformation, fact checking in general, that's censorship. In fact, it's infringing on the First Amendment rights of, I'm checking my notes here, the government itself. People in government, our elected representatives. That's the exact opposite of what the First Amendment is about, which is about the government not telling anyone else what they can and cannot say. It's specifically a protection against the government censoring other people, not the other way around, which is kind of ridiculous if you think about it. I was literally talking to another misinformation researcher who was visiting, and the very first question they had to me when I mentioned, oh yeah, I work on misinformation interventions, was, oh, have you been subpoenaed yet? Because they had been.
Speaking as someone on the outside, while the actions of this second Trump administration have undoubtedly been damaging, far more concerning are their efforts to remove the checks and balances on their behavior in general. In this instance, removing funding for misinformation research and checks on social media platforms makes future disinformation campaigns run by the government, or, I'd like to point out, other governments, far more likely to succeed.
Incidentally, attacking misinformation researchers, especially those around the topic of elections, was a key part of Project 2025, which was effectively the agenda for the second Trump administration. They told us their plan, and of course lied about it being their plan.
Everything they're doing has been done before by previous governments, and even by them before. It's autocracy.
And it's worth being explicit that this administration is doing this because it consolidates their power, and in particular, it makes contesting future elections much easier. We're a long way from the 2028 election, but that's obviously where a lot of this focus on misinformation is heading. In a way, their attack on climate science was the canary in the coal mine. It's the highest profile example of how this administration is operating. Control the flow of information, remove experts, and ultimately cause extensive harm to the country. So, what, if anything, can you do about this?
Well, on the climate side of things, it's worth pointing out
Nothing.
that not all action
Get
takes place
fucked.
at the federal level. Both city and state legislation have huge roles to play in combating climate change, and officials at both levels are continuing this work, including making educational resources available. I'd recommend, instead of looking at the federal level, look to more local initiatives that you can take part in and local resources. A good starting point is the United States Climate Alliance, which covers more than half of America. There are still a lot of very sane people.
And to that end, make sure that you're participating in the local climate conversation. Join local organizations, turn up to your town council meetings, and be relentlessly sane and normal around climate change and renewables and environmental pollution. If all it takes is a few people radicalized by misinformation to turn up and spook local policymakers away from taking action on climate, having a few informed people there to oppose them can make all the difference. While on the misinformation anti-authoritarianism side of things, a great resource that is worth your time reading with specific recommendations is the Anti-Autocracy Handbook.
Created by an all-star team of scientists, academics, researchers, science communicators. Like, the lead author on it is Stephen Lewandowski, who's kind of like one of the OG misinformation researchers. He was doing this before 2016 when no one else was paying attention to it. They basically made this handbook to detail what exactly authoritarian governments do to destroy the tenets of democracy. This might sound a little familiar to you if you've been living in the US or been paying attention, but like, they deploy populism to champion the people against the elites. They seek to enhance polarization by dividing people. And as we were just talking about earlier in this video about agnotology, they seek to prevent accountability by undermining the very notion of truth and sowing confusion about basic facts. So this handbook literally says there's kind of the 3 Ps of autocracy, which are populism, polarization, and
Otaku.
post-truth.
The handbook, published this June, specifically outlines what the Trump administration has done up until that point to advance those 3 Ps and destroy democracy in America. And it gives you lots of advice on
I hate
what
vegetables.
you should and shouldn't do in response to
Meat
autocracy,
good,
depending on your
vegetable
level
bad.
of personal risk and privilege in society right now. And while there's lots of specific recommendations, here's what Ian and I think are the 3 big things.
1, do not comply in advance. Do not self-censor yourself around topics that the government doesn't
Yes,
want you talking
no
or
TikTok
posting about.
speak.
Do not try to
We're not doing
modify
it
what you're
anymore. We're
saying
done
to
with TikTok
avoid,
talk.
The Eye of Sauron, as we like to say. The second is engage with your communities. This can be at the personal level. This can be at the local level. This can be in your professional communities or any other communities in which you're a part of and have some influence in, or you're just part of. Help people cope with the shock and the fear to avoid falling into despair, and work together to find ways to practice acts of defiance, big or small. And then 3, commit to facts and truth. That's one thing that the handbook really explicitly talks about, is commit to facts and truth. So how can you do that? We've reached a point where you have to be extremely wary of government sources and a lot of the media. So don't write off anything entirely. Don't get to the point where you just do not believe anything. They want that. They're sowing doubt for that reason. But dedicate yourself to following good sources of information. Don't just accept whatever you encounter naturally on your social media feed. Take control of what you see and look
That's
for
what that Russian
truth
guy
rather than what provokes emotions or just affirms what you already know.
Apathy,
What
no
can you
good.
look for? You can look for non-politically appointed experts who are not afraid of nuance and details. Follow journalists, follow publications that are reporting what's actually going on. 2 that you've always mentioned, Simon, are on the climate side. DSmog and Carbon Brief are excellent sources of information. Find these
Just
excellent
research
sources
the-
of
the
information
Civ,
from professionals, from
carbon
experts
recapture, you'll
who
be
are
fine.
really getting into the details of things and telling you what's really going on, and create an information environment for yourself so that you can stay informed, know what's going on, and then inform your actions appropriately.
Being aware of what the slide into authoritarianism looks like and what the US government is doing is half the battle. So by watching this video, You're already doing great.
If you're
Wow.
a professional working
The
in
best
United
kind of
States, or especially
activism.
a scientist, the handbook has specific recommendations for how to understand the authoritarian playbook the Trump administration is using, so you can help arrest the slide into a post-truth world.
The actions of this government demonstrate that there's nothing they fear more than an informed citizen. Why else would they be working so hard to dismantle science and education? Not a highbrow reference, but as Nemec in Andor says, tyranny requires constant effort. It breaks, it leaks. Authority...
Well, considering we're doing recommendations these days, you should get this book. You should read this book.
I don't know
And
how to read.
If you don't want to read the book, I have.
I'm
the
only
PDF,
allowed to
right?
read the Quran.
I'll post the PDF to our Google Docs, and I'll post the link to our Discord if you want to read this. Or you can buy it. I would recommend buying it. I've read like 20 pages and ended up buying it because I'm like, I should buy this book.
is brittle. Small acts of resistance can and will add up. Right now, democracy and truth are losing many battles in the US and worldwide. I mean, the EPA website about the causes of climate change is just one small example of this. But the existence of this video and the fact that you're able to watch it, and in fact were likely algorithmically recommended it, shows that it isn't happening in a vacuum. It isn't happening unopposed. And people will continue to fight for truth and against autocracy. Here on my channel, we're working on ways to support that fight. We've been making videos in long form and short form about different topics in misinformation. Ian is actually my research associate advising on those videos, and we've got even more coming in the new year, including a big one about how to combat misinformation in general. But something else that we're thinking about is pulling together a list of resources for
I'm not giving you
combating
cold,
misinformation and
Gilgamesh.
finding good quality information, especially on climate. So please drop a comment down below if that's something you're interested in and if you have any specific recommendations.
Separate from what we've talked about so far in this video, one of the particularly harmful actions this administration has taken is the cutting of the US aid budget by 83%. This is a decision that has already led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, most of them children, and many of them from malaria.
Malaria is a disease that we know we can treat very cheaply. It costs about $6 to provide one bed net that we know reduces infections. It costs $7 to provide a child with malaria treatment through the high season. In the absence of US aid, many of us, especially at this time of year, are trying to help make up the difference by donating our own money. And whenever you're donating to a charity, it's so important to know if your money is having the impact that you want it to. These statistics on malaria that I showed you come from a not-for-profit called GiveWell, who have spent 18 years researching global health and poverty alleviation and identifying the highest impact opportunities. Their research indicates that preventing malaria is one of the most impactful ways to donate your money. And they very kindly sponsored this video.
All of their research and recommendations are available for free on their website, GiveWell, lives of millions of people, and saved over 300,000 lives.
Can't sneak them by me.
I thought he was just like, hey, this non-profit's pretty good, like kind of like how I do with
Nah, I could tell by his tone shift.
Because
And
I've
seen now I knew exactly what the sponsor was because I've seen him for other things.
Yeah, okay.
Damn.
Like I just
Brazil went out and grabbed this island. I cleared the tribal village on this island. They had like really high tier ships, and I cleared the barbarians and got 2 tribal villages, and now Brazil is like, finally, I can expand to this island.
I am not using AI artwork. So someone you love is an anarchist and it's gift giving season and you realize that giving them that gift certificate to BetterHelp or maybe those Facebook camera goggles would result in them never speaking to you again. Maybe you're the anarchist and this is a gift for yourself, and that's totally fine. Everybody deserves a little bit of self-care. Regardless of why you're here, I'm here to help. And when I say anarchist, I'm not talking about somebody who live action role plays The Purge every day of their lives.
Steven Seagal?
Anarchism is formally defined as a philosophy that resists institutions that perpetuate.
What?
So, was that Steven Seagal?
Might have been.
before
their
them.
lives. Anarchism is formally giving them that gift certificate to BetterHelp, or maybe those Facebook camera goggles would result in them never speaking to you again. Maybe you're the anarchist and this is a gift for yourself, and that's totally fine. Everybody deserves a little bit of self-care, regardless of why you're here. I'm here to help. And when I say anarchist, I'm not talking about somebody who live action role plays The Purge
That was Steven Seagal.
every day of their lives.
Bro, you want to
Anarchism
see
is formally defined as a philosophy that
propaganda movie? So, there's a Chinese movie literally called The China Salesman, and it's got Mike Tyson and Seagal in it.
Oh, I know this movie.
Have you seen it?
They fight, right?
Look, it's a dog shit movie. But at one
I
point,
have not seen it.
there's like a civil war going on, and they're like, I would show you the scene if I could, because you would laugh so fucking hard. So they're like, we don't have a white flag or a UN flag. How will and if we come over that hill, the rebels are gonna shoot us, thinking that we're the enemy. And so then they go, well, I have this flag. Guess what flag it is?
Gay flag?
Chinese flag. So then it's like they respect the Chinese flag. They know it's not a harmful flag. It's just as good as the UN or the white flag, right? And
Amazing.
this happens multiple times. Like him with the flag multiple times. And the movie is about building 3G in Africa.
Okay.
And how telecom companies feud over building 3G in Africa. And China is the real 3G in the end. It's really dense. It doesn't make much sense. It's really bad, but like it is nonstop China bullshit. Which is funny.
That is funny.
I'm not giving you coal. I don't know what you're going to do with it. You're already way too far ahead.
live action role plays The Purge every day of their lives. Anarchism is formally defined as a philosophy that resists institutions that perpetuate authority, coercion, or hierarchy. And all of the things that I'm about to show you in this video are closely related to that philosophy. So if you were expecting a DIY recipe for C4 or the best way to burn down banks, that's still a few months out. But if you're interested in a $40 solar...
Look, I don't know about C4, but napalm is pretty easily made.
Light that connects you to a 100% free nationwide decentralized messaging network, or maybe an inexpensive way that you can pull imaging data directly from satellites and take a space selfie, or a tiny device that detects nearby flock safety cameras, or maybe a $20 device that you can modify to let you know when ICE or law enforcement are tracking you via your mobile phone. And if that and a whole bunch of other goodies pique your interest, then take a seat, you're going to want to stick around, and you might even learn a little bit about anarchism in the process. Let's go.
Okay! Okay, Papa!
When making a video about a subject or a philosophy, I like to start at the beginning.
Was that his audio? I
And this is
thought a
why
helicopter
anarchism
was
is so
flying over me.
No, that was his audio.
Fascinating to think about because its beginning precedes all political or government ideas. Animals are anarchists. A fox can hunt rabbits in Arizona and bring them home to its den in Mexico. All children are anarchists. When you bring a 5-year-old
they can't.
to a
There's
store,
a law separating
they
them. The
choose
fox
not to
cannot
steal a
go to
toy by
Mexico,
weighing
actually,
domestic
sorry.
and social consequences, not because
It's
they're
actually
afraid of
devastating the
incarcerating
wildlife.
them. So in some
Terrible
ways,
example.
explaining the origin
Now I'm
of
triggered.
anarchism would be a bit like explaining the origin of hunger or infatuation or envy. A valid argument is that we are all born as anarchists, and we spend our lives being manipulated into appealing to authority, because if individuals didn't recognize authority, there would be no passive route to tremendous levels of power and wealth. For example, if you took Mark Zuckerberg with his $230 billion of private wealth and locked him in a room with every Croatian with their combined $230 billion of purchasing power parity, and if you ordered a gigantic pizza for everyone, I don't think that Mark would be able to convince the other 3.8 million people in the room that half of the pizza is rightfully his. But outside of this hypothetical pizza pizza party through our hierarchical and institutionalized lenses, most of us recognize the absurd idea that Zuck is as valuable as everyone and everything in Croatia. Which then begs to question, why doesn't Mark Zuckerberg just buy Croatia and make it his private residence? And this is where we'd revert back to our anarchist firmware, because I'd assume that most Croatians value their homes more than they value hierarchical institutions. We gotta start this off with what is about the most obvious anarchist-friendly tech that everybody should be using, while an alarmingly small amount of people even know about. Meshtastic. I'll get a little bit more technical in a bit, but Meshtastic, which kind of sounds like a subscription service that would sponsor this video, is the polar opposite of that. It is a freely available, completely decentralized mesh network that uses radio signals for encrypted messaging. And generally speaking, the more people who use it, the more robust and far-reaching and reliable it gets. You don't need an internet connection, you don't need a SIM card, you don't need a license or any type of subscription or registration to anything whatsoever. There are sexy standalone devices like this LilyGo e-ink messenger and plenty of other options.
This is literally the shit that we want to send
something
people.
like
It's just partnering with a company that does this type of stuff.
Yeah. Good idea.
This, which you can connect via Bluetooth on your phone or computer. And the cost of entry for Meshtastic is about $25 to $40 if you're ordering off of Amazon, and as little as $10 if you're willing
it's
to
even
wait for
cheaper
the slow boat to arrive
when we're
from China.
looking
Maybe
at
you don't have a single anarchist
outfitting overseas. Like our Australian, I don't know what you just did.
What was the first submarine to ever sink
Our Australian
enemy?
US dollars go far.
Yes.
devices like this LilyGo e-ink messenger and plenty of other options, but most people...
They would. Especially US dollars, provided the US economy doesn't fucking collapse because of Trump. Maybe the Australian dollar will be strong.
Just use something like this, which you can connect via Bluetooth on your phone or computer. And the cost of entry for Meshtastic is about $25 to $40 if you're ordering off of Amazon, and as little as $10 if you're willing to wait for the slow boat to arrive from China. Maybe you don't have a single anarchist bone in your body. You have WhatsApp and text messaging, and you get a data signal just about everywhere you go. Why the hell would you need Meshtastic? Allow me to answer that question with an example. If you look at the Meshtastic network to see the nodes that you can connect to, you'll notice that this is a very popular trend in North Carolina and that part of the East Coast. That's because last year, unfortunately, Hurricane Helene quickly demonstrated the need for off-grid communication, and people who had Meshtastic devices were using the network to help organize aid for their communities and find out what was going on. The idea that a $30 investment could keep you in touch with not only friends and family members, but the outside world in the event that a catastrophe knocks out power or connectivity isn't exactly prepper shit. Realistically, in that setting, it's more useful than a weather radio. And while there are seemingly unlimited amounts of Meshtastic hardware options out there, I'm going to be making two of them. The first is a simple lawn solar light that acts as a connectable Meshtastic node that I'll spend a total of $30 to $40 on. And the other is a solar-powered community base station or repeater node that I'll spend a little over $100 on. Okay, so how this all works explained as quickly as possible, starting from the very bottom and working our way up using my favorite thing in the world, stupid metaphors.
How Meshtastic works in 90 seconds.
Light waves are a form of electromagnetic waves, and we can only see a tiny fraction of them. And the light in this video is between 400 and 800 terahertz, but way down in the gigahertz range, you're getting your cell phone or Wi-Fi signal enabling you to watch this video. Now let's slow down the frequency of those waves to 915 megahertz, which is 915 million of these lumps and dips per second. Okay, so you may know that if you have a harp or a guitar or some type of string instrument,
There's no way AI is sustainable to the point that it won't collapse. They're putting so much money into it and it's not making money. There's no way this is sustainable.
You want me to join a war on a different continent with a dude I don't know and give you two great works? I'll see you later.
That's hilarious.
What do you want? You also want that with someone completely different? No, I don't know you. I've already been ambushed twice. That's why my military's this big and my culture is so behind.
instrument and you play the same frequency of the strings, it'll start vibrating and ringing out on its own. Well, that's
Savannah's
resonance,
suck
and
at
that's
making
exactly
deals.
what's
Sometimes they'll
happening
be
when
nice.
electromagnetic waves of a certain frequency hit an appropriately sized antenna. And by demodulating ones and zeros from those waves, we can get digital radio, broadcast television, mobile data, and of course, Meshtastic. Now imagine that you have a walkie-talkie and your friend has another walkie-talkie all the way across the country. The radio waves on the walkie-talkie frequency are going to die out long before they get anywhere close to your friend.
See, what I
that's
do
obviously
is
not
I-
gonna work. But what if you, your friend, and 10,000
I got
other
this little
walkie-talkie users
strategy
all over the country
going
were on the same frequency, accepting
right
and
now,
broadcasting all of the data being
where
transmitted.
I'm gonna
If you
stay
only send
behind-
encrypted text or location messages on this
because I'm
gigantic
already
mess of
behind in
users
culture,
that only your friend can decode,
but I get +2 diplomatic favor for resistance walls, and I'm just gonna sell all my diplo favor to then catch up.
well, that's exactly
I don't know what I just
Meshtastic
clicked.
is. And it's completely free. You keep the network
I'm
up
always
and running
clicking the
through
wrong thing.
participation. I only want to build mesh communicators that will work indefinitely, so being solar powered is an obvious way to accomplish this. And a gentleman by the name of Travis Gustafson showed off a Meshtastic node that operated within a cheap solar lawn light, so that's the perfect place to start. So I picked up a rack wise block bare circuit board and a few different types of solar lights to experiment, and everything else was just spare parts around my lab. It seems like most of this stuff can be crammed into the solar panel itself, so in most cases, you don't even need to use the lamp. It's not even necessary. Unsurprisingly, there's a rechargeable 18650 flashlight battery powering the thing, which gives us 3.7 volts that we need for the Wise block. And first, let's drill an antenna hole for the connector, and then let's solder the Wise block to the battery terminals, and done. If you want to keep things super simple, you could be done right here. You could just screw the thing back together, connect via Bluetooth, and communicate through a decentralized network through a $7 lawn light. There are a few things that we could easily improve. We might as well use an antenna from an old 2.4 gigahertz router for Bluetooth so we can message from farther away. We can just get rid of this, drill another hole, and we're good. Now, if there's a huge downpour, I could see some drops of water getting in through these antenna ports, so let's put some silicon sealant around them. And while we're at it, let's use the empty space in the lamp casing to put a pair of 3300 milliamp hour batteries instead of this 1500 milliamp hour one, giving us 4.4 times more battery life to help us keep this thing on during a really cloudy week with no direct sunshine. And while we're at it, just in case we have a nuclear winter or you decide to use this indoors or something,
patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
Charge port as a backup. We need to reverse the schematic and rearrange and resolder all these wires so the solar panel charge controller will be feeding into our new battery rig. And there you have it, a mostly covert, self-sustaining Meshtastic node for anywhere between 25 and 50
what is
bucks. depending on how
Gilgamesh's
many
power? Like, why is he
luxurious
so
add-ons you put into it. And if you bend
ahead?
the antennas down, it looks extremely inconspicuous. And when our solar lawn lights are banned because ICE found out that people are using them for encrypted off-the-grid communication, I am more than happy to participate in an arms race of how many common household items I can cram a comms setup inside. Now let's turn it up a notch. Obviously, mesh communication becomes more powerful when you can connect to more nodes. And if you wanted to drastically and quickly increase the range of your solar lamp, you could just mount it up in a high place, like
What is
next
this
to a
civ
gutter
even
or something.
called?
But I'm
Is it
afraid that if you live in
Mesopotamia?
a rural or semi-rural area, that
Samaria.
lawn lamp isn't going to cut it. So we need a
So I figured out a way that I can play the game and do the streaming thing.
You
'Cause
can
Apple
send me the
has
videos.
Those virtual desktop thing that I can do, so I'll just do that. And then I can just slide between the virtual desktops. So we can play multiplayer if you want. Hey, that symbol looks familiar. Was it called a dinger or something?
Yeah, something like that. I don't understand. It's like, oh, it says ziggurats give him the culture and science. Interesting.
You want to pause that and we'll play multiplayer?
A 12-watt solar panel, a mount for the panel, a waterproof electronics box, a big-ass 915 megahertz antenna, an antenna cable, a Heltec Meshtastic device, and 2 rechargeable batteries offering around 7,000 milliamp hours. We don't really need to worry about extended Bluetooth connectivity because, remember, this isn't a Meshtastic user node, but a repeater node. I should only have to set it up once and then never bother with it again. Safely mounting and grounding an antenna is always a bit of a pain in the ass, but the rest was astonishingly easy, and I immediately picked up a whole lot more nodes in the southeast. And it's worth worth mentioning that my compound here is on top of a small mountain, and now I kind of want to build a tower up here that would connect all of Atlanta. Come to think of it, I'm going to put this on my videos to consider list for 2026. By the way, you don't have to use Meshtastic on this build. There's also MeshCore, which offers some advantages in efficiency and encryption
pause.
at the expense of
I'm used
range
to
and ease of use. If you wanted to use that
having it on my
instead, it's as
laptop
simple
already.
as plugging the radio board into...
Just streaming the videos.
Yeah, because I got a plan because Russia and Canada are really, really strong on deity, right? Especially Russia, but Russia's contained. And so he's technologically ahead. Okay? And by the way, like, if you're, like, doing anything but build new districts in all your cities until you can't build districts. And then build buildings.
Okay.
So you can catch up on all that shit. And I'm going to find who's the weakest technologically. And I'm going to start attacking them and taking their cities.
Mm-hmm.
So I can have a lot of cities. While Russia can only have this tiny amount. Because he's contained. I contained him pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
He can only expand into Canada now. And he's at war with Canada.
That's handy. I'm gonna make some spies and try and disrupt the rocketry. It's not letting me join the game.
Yeah, hang on. It's the...
It says something about mods.
Yeah. So, like, I screwed up trying to save a mod profile. It doesn't show you online.
Yeah, because I'm trying to fucking join the game.
Oh. Yeah, I need to... Because I was checking earlier if I could see if I had the right mods. Because I know we had a... Like, I had a list, right? So I went and I resubscribed to that. So I tried making different mod profiles to test different things, right? And turns out if you've ever had a mod enabled, if you download it from Steam, it just automatically enables it. So I fucked everything up and I wasn't able to... So I had to go back, and I just know that we had that list, and then not the UI mod, and then we put better climate, and I don't know what else we have.
It's telling me 2 mods, one of which I don't have, is blocking me from joining the game.
Okay, what mods so I know to deactivate?
Some goody something, and then...
Oh, okay.
Governor something.
Okay.
Real governor?
Got
I
it.
don't have those.
Real governor inspector.
Mm-hmm.
And then... Goody huts?
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. I was hoping it would tell me what the mods were in that game locally instead of me just... Like, changing mods mid-game in Civ? That's crazy. It should always have what it's requested. Oh, and you're already in here.
No, it doesn't. It's still not working.
Oh, wait. Hang on.
It's not letting me join because of mods.
1 second. I'm trying to get it to open the slot again.
to your computer via USB.
Join
and
now
changing
and
the firmware.
tell me if it
Unfortunately, there seems
says
to be a
anything.
whole lot of astroturfing about this, because why the hell would anybody be able to enjoy anything on the internet? So it's actually really hard to find objective information between the two protocols. My advice is that if you're new to this and you don't already have a community of friends using it, then
What mods
Meshtastic
did
would
it
be
say?
a great gateway for most
Auto
users.
record
If it's not
goodie
working well,
huts
the
or some
default
shit.
settings are not for everyone, and there's a whole lot of quick changes you can make in the app that drastically change performance. If you already have a bunch of people that you can locally connect to that use Mesh Core, then give that a try and ask them to give you the ideal
Honestly,
settings for
this
your area.
mesh
Just
idea
remember,
is
one is
such a
not
good
superior
fucking
to the
idea.
other,
It
and
just
anybody
requires
claiming so
adoption.
is full of shit. The good news
That's
is
the
that it
hard
costs
part.
you literally nothing to try out different protocols, and exploration is encouraged. Anyway, DIY Meshtastic devices would make a fantastic gift for just about anyone, anarchist or not, and hopefully one day when we've rejected mass surveillance, all of these flock cameras can become decentralized repeater nodes. But until then...
Okay, let me know if it tells you another one.
I've spent a soul-crushing amount of time making videos on this channel covering flock safety's uncomfortable omnipresence and 50-plus security vulnerabilities, but one thing that I never really touched on was how to detect, log, and track hidden flock safety cameras in the first place. Fortunately,
I just didn't know what I
by the name
had.
of Colonel Panic, with the help of GainSec, had explored this and came up with a pretty amazing solution appropriately called Flock U that runs on a Wii Spy device. And it looks like this. It would truly be a controversy if I didn't have ESP32 featured somewhere in this video. ESP32 is basically a series of super inexpensive low-power microcontrollers with Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity. Most of the libraries are fully open source, and
Look
for
at the
few that
dog.
aren't, there's a large community reverse engineering them to make it so. Depending on where you're getting them, ESP32 boards can cost as little as $5. Or for example, here's a 32-bit dual core board with an AI camera module that has object recognition built in. It also has a digital microphone, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and battery charging chip. This costs under $20. Generally speaking, if you have an identifier that can monitor and log up to 8
Very exciting times. An actual proper fucking helmet. Except, this is meant to be gold. It has a slight gold, but it's kind of hard to see in sunlight. It's very strange. Keen as fuck. Oh.
8 drones at once. And of course, a flock safety camera recognizer and detector that uses data sets of device IDs ranging from ALPR cameras to acoustic surveillance devices to detect and log them into a mapped database. And as one would expect, it makes a little noise when it detects a flock device, and it even has a heartbeat sensor to let you know your proximity to it while driving or walking around.
What? Oh, there it is.
It's easy to set up, even on Windows. If you have Python installed, you just install Platform.io core and then set up a virtual environment and then run a Python script that gets everything up and running for you. That actually sounds a little bit complicated, but it's really just like 2 commands and 2 clicks. Then you just head over to your web browser of choice and you have a GUI with various customizations and a map to keep all of your detected devices, which you can choose to share to larger databases like dflock. You can mount it in your car, 3D print a keychain, hook up a larger antenna, or even buy a retro punk rock patch from Colonel Panic with one embedded inside it. I personally decided to go completely apeshit and print out a rifle-like handle for a directional Wi-Fi Yagi antenna that's connected to an alpha network card between the nozzle and the Wii Spy. Now, just to taper your expectations a bit, the flock detection isn't perfect, as the database needs to be updated to catch the most recent camera models, and obviously the device is typically not going to detect a camera until it's in range where it's already visible to you. But more importantly for this list, open ESP32 devices like this not only have plenty of alternate firmwares with new uses, but they're practically screaming to be customized. I can almost guarantee that my Wii Spy will be doing something completely different this time next year. Customizable hardware and open source is truly the gift that keeps on giving.
Let's chat about anarchism.
A frequent narrative with anarchism is a person or a group of people opting to not participate in authoritative rule that threatens their free will. So more often than not, historians refer to notable anarchist communities by how much of a problem those in power had with those communities. A wonderful example of this in history would be the Taborites. Back in the early 15th century, a famous philosopher and motivational speaker by the name of Jan Hus had some reformative ideas about the Catholic Church and was promised safe passage to Prague to share and debate them. And by safe passage, the Catholic Church which meant safely tethered to a stake while being lit on fire. This pissed off a lot of Hus's fans, and they decided to move out to the woods and start a little town called Tabor, about 50 miles south of Prague. In this community, somewhere between 10 and 15,000 people, aka the Taborites, created the weirdest flags in history. They also decided that there would be no servants or peasants. Everybody would chip in and have the same opportunities. There would be no taxation, and there would be no property that wasn't collectively owned by everyone. This not only could be the first anarchist society, but the first communist one. The Catholic Church has notoriously never been one to vibe with societies not believing what the Catholic Church believes, so they ordered the Taborites to be drowned. The Taborites fended off not one crusade, not two crusades, but 5 crusades in what would eventually be known as the Hussite Wars. A cool 100 years after that, a slam poetry performer named Martin Luther was inspired by Jan Hus and Taborite ideas, and he literally pirated the Bible so unordained people could read it, which led to European Reformation, which more or less ended the Middle Ages and brought in the modern age. Anyway. So like most of us, sometimes you want to know if it's going to rain later today. So you take a quick peek at a weather site or app, and after sifting through nearly 50 megabytes of auto-playing videos, ads, and clickbait, you get to see this. Now, if you didn't want to see as many ads and garbage, most major weather platforms offer monthly or yearly subscriptions. But here's the thing. You already paid for this information with your tax dollars. And for the most part, private weather forecasting is just repurposing and monetizing data from NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and the NWS, the National Weather Service. Virtually anybody with an internet connection can freely access weather forecasts, warnings, maps, satellite imagery, and radar. If you have a weather fetish, you can feast your eyes on sexy things like convective outlooks and current mesoscale discussions. And it needs to be pointed out that the National Weather Service leads the world in forecasting and warning of catastrophic weather events and data acquisition and analysis. And NOAA is used as a vital asset for forecasting and research by nearly every country in the world. It's truly something that Americans can be proud of. So what happens if one day weather.gov or NOAA.gov is taken offline? Well, since virtually every commercial weather service relies on that data, they'd be bouncing between shared European data and the Farmer's Almanac. Or what happens if there's a mass power or internet outage due to a hurricane or some type of catastrophic weather event? Well, I have some good news. There are 15 NOAA imaging and research satellites hanging out in the sky. And in my case,
what do they do?
The east side of the United States, it'll be up.
Essentially, they can infiltrate into enemy territory and lose 10 loyalty points per action.
Oh.
It's pretty good.
Probably Moscow.
Moscow? Alright.
Be up there doing its thing for the next 15 years, whether your tyrannical government likes it or not. And the best part that way too few people realize is a thing is that you can access this data directly from the satellite for as little as $50 if you just want to hold an antenna and get a quick weather forecast, and closer to $190 if you want a permanent uplink that downloads high-resolution real-time data. And that data consists of everything from visible light photography of the entire planet to long-wave reflections to dust and wind analysis. And all of this is unlimited with no cell phone tower, internet, or radio license required. Okay, the first thing you need to do is pick out a satellite, and this is actually way more fun and less confusing than it sounds. There's a completely free and frankly incredible program called Skyroof where you can punch in your location and it gives you a rundown of where they all are, what frequency they're operating on, and when and where they'll be accessible to you. If you're new at this, I'm going to recommend GOES, which stands for Geostationary Operational Environmental Satellites. The key word here is geostationary, meaning that you probably have one somewhere above your head in the same spot 24 hours a day, 365 days per year. The most challenging part of this whole project is going to be pointing a dish or antenna precisely at a satellite, so not having a moving object is incredibly convenient. But once you're comfortable with that process, there's a pretty wide range of satellites that you can track and scoop data from relatively affordably. For this video, I wanted to keep everything as easy as possible and relatively affordable, so I used a new Elect GOES weather satellite bundle.
Do you need any resource?
$200. It comes with the dish, a pole mount, cables, a software-defined radio capable of reaching the required frequencies, and a filter and amplifier combo called the Sawbird Plus. And that little notch filter really does ease the amount of time you would spend tinkering or fine-tuning this project. Quite possibly the most important thing to consider with this project that unfortunately a lot of people take shortcuts on is that if you're planning on setting up the hardware indoors and then running the antenna cable outside, you're going to have a much lower signal-to-noise ratio. The filter or amp needs to be as close to the dish as possible, otherwise that long cable that you're running outside is just turning into a noisy antenna that the amp is amplifying that has nothing to do with satellites. I'm now realizing that this sounds way more complicated than it is when I'm putting it into words. I am running one powered Ethernet cable outside from my computer, and then there's just a daisy chain of things going into the satellite dish. So it's actually very simple. What is not as simple is aligning the dish. Okay, so in my case, on the East Coast, the closest and most visible is GOES 19, which is just southeast of me. Head to dishpointer.com and punch in your address and satellite. Zoom in, and you'll be able to find a general idea of where you'll be aiming, which will help you decide where to put the dish. Obviously, you want to put it in a place where you have a clear line of sight view of the place in the sky where the satellite is. And write down these numbers and the true azimuth and elevation, as this will come in handy. I used a compass app called Compass. Make sure that you calibrate your phone or tablet first by doing the figure 8 thing, and then match up your azimuth and elevation at the location of your dish. In my case, there was a squirrel's nest at the top of a tree just under where I needed to be aiming. At first I used an RF spectral analyzer and then a portable SDR radio and wasted about an hour trying to lock in a signal. Do me a favor and learn from my mistakes, save yourself some time, and just get a laptop or an Android phone or tablet and have it run free software called SatDump, as it'll let you know your signal to noise ratio at that exact frequency. It's also obviously really handy to have the actual decoder you'll be running while doing the alignment, so you're not wondering if you could have done a better job later. Finally, we're ready to cook. We'll want to load up SatDump's UI, select your SDR, and punch in your GOES frequency, which is frequently 1694.1 megahertz. Then you select your satellite and mode, in this case GOES HRIT, and keep an eye on the signal to noise ratio down here. Anything above 1 decibel works, anything above 3 or 4 decibel works reliably. Mine was actually pretty bad at first, but it still synced and downloaded images just fine. And if everything went smoothly, you'll be downloading high resolution images and forecast data within a few minutes. I literally just let mine run overnight so I could build a time lapse. Beautiful. And if you get super into this and make a hobby out of it,
if you build districts on top of resources, do you get those resources?
Depends what they are.
So if I was to build a district on coal before I got coal, would I get
You
that
will
coal?
still, yeah, so that's what's, there, we can use a thing to do removable districts if we want, but yes, it still gives you the coal, but if you mine that strategic resource, you'll get 2 instead of 1 per turn.
Okay.
So it just gives you less. Do you have a concern about coal?
No, I've got enough places. It's just none of my cities quite reach it.
Do you know where all your coal is?
I can see it, yeah.
Okay.
I've got one in my...
Oh, you got, next to Petra here is aluminum on both sides.
No shit, great.
So if you do drop a mine down, and that hill ends up, because a lot of the resources will only spawn on hills. Like I think iron can only spawn on hills. So if you build a mine on that hill anyway, when iron does spawn, you just automatically have an iron mine.
Okay.
Let me see. Resources.
So, yeah, the coal. There's a coal. There's coal just up here, near the city that I'm killing at the moment. Do you want to take out this this Canadian city here, Halifax?
Oh, that's where you should send your guys to do disloyalty, actually.
Okay.
So, yeah, see, requirements, grassland or plains for horses. And then hills, iron can only spawn on hills. Coal can only spawn in grassland, plains, hills, or woods. Aluminum spawns in the desert, plains, and rainforest. And niter basically spawns everywhere where it's flat. Oil. Ooh, floodplains. Oil will spawn. Coast, lake, snow, tundra, uranium, anywhere. Anyway.
I'm about to research aluminium. I'm just trying to see if there's like a place that I can put a national park to get a boost for it, that's all.
Probably up here when you expand some of these cities. Oh, there's coal here too.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm pushing up here.
You just need, if you didn't have those farms there and you got that last tile there, you might be able to fit it because it's got to be 4 tiles. Over here,
yeah, in a diamond.
There's uranium on this side. It might be easier over here because there's mountains. I don't know exactly how to do a national park either.
Oh, I
there's
know
so
how
much.
that's an issue.
Where do I
You
even
just need
find
4
national park?
4 open. It's in the naturalist. You need a naturalist.
I know. Tiles must be natural wonders, mountains, or a tile with the appeal of charming or better. Okay. No tile can have an improvement or district. I know that much.
Okay. Well, I think I could put a national park here. If you have a look at the island that I'm on, just below my line infantry and my general, topping with the mountain, there's 4 there.
Yeah,
that I might
top.
look at doing.
Hit play.
It, spending a few $100 on a better SDR will give you a much lower noise floor and a higher bit rate, which allows you to connect to other modes that deliver more high-resolution images, videos, and measurements. And really, honestly, the reason that this is such a good gift is because it opens the door to software-defined radio, which is an absolute treasure chest of independently run projects and experiments, not to mention an instant and accessible gateway to explore the crazy and active world of modern radio. By the way, I posted a little clip of this to Instagram and got some messages telling me to check out Save It for Parts, which turns out to be a hugely underappreciated YouTube channel that is a goldmine of projects like this, primarily using objects that would have otherwise been discarded. And if like $200 is too much for you to invest right now and you really want to try this out, there are a whole lot of unused satellite dishes out there that people would love for you to haul off their property. Save It for Parts is the guy and YouTube channel that can show you how to set all that up.
Anarchism.
Back in the early 2000s, I was really sick of January in Chicago, and I had very few responsibilities and a brand new credit card, so I decided to drive to Guatemala. And I took an adventurous route, which led through a lot of morditas, which is a nice word for being stopped by corrupt police and negotiating a fee for your freedom. But there was nothing that could psychologically prepare me for being stopped at a roadblock and seeing a sign like this: Rebels. Jungle Rebels. Admittedly, I didn't know much about Jungle Rebels at the time, but I knew that it was probably not good for my life expectancy. The armed guards at the roadblock asked me where I was headed.
Zapatistas! Oh, it is Zapatistas!
And they told me that the route on my map wasn't good and drew me a different one. And then they shook my hand and assured me that I was safe and told me to not be anxious about shopping or eating in rebel territory or asking questions. And they just asked that I remained respectful. Unfortunately, their reassurance didn't do very much to ease my anxiety, and I tried to get out of rebel territory as quickly as possible. And that is one of my biggest regrets in life, because I knew nothing about the Zapatista movement at the time, and I definitely didn't realize that I had traveled to an autonomous zone that didn't answer to the Mexican government or any government for that matter. The Zapatista Army of National Liberation, fueled by
Tell her to go fuck herself.
Poverty and mistreatment of indigenous people, firmly rejected the North American Free Trade Agreement. This 300,000 plus member community didn't want to overthrow the Mexican government, they just didn't want to be part of it anymore, and they were prepared to fight for this freedom. The 8 Zapatista principles are, in no particular order through my donkey translation: don't command your community,
hear you over the
obey
video.
it. Don't impose ideas, propose them. Represent your community instead of speaking for them. This one is the most...
Well, I said, lucky I'm on an island with you, because nobody likes me.
It's difficult to translate and explain. Go down and don't go up, meaning
Maybe I
that new
don't like
ideas
you
should
either.
always challenge traditional forms of power and take the most vulnerable into consideration. Any Zapatistas watching this, feel free to tear me a new asshole in the comments if I'm butchering this. Construction should always be prioritized over destruction. Everything for everyone, nothing for ourselves. And finally, we want a world where many worlds fit, meaning that you empower the community by recognizing and learning from the struggles of marginalized individuals. It's also important to note that Zapatista communities have always refused help, aid, charity, or any dependence from outside sources. They view their complete sustainability as a vital role in their autonomy. Now, despite being a successfully functioning society without aid, state, police, or participation in global capitalism, if you asked a Zapatista if they were an anarchist, they would likely say no, because it's a European term and they have no interest in being defined by European terms. Fair enough. So in a region teeming with poverty, substance abuse, and drug cartels, even by national standards, how is it that this area of Chiapas remained one of the safest places in Mexico without a single police officer or prison? This is accomplished through community justice. If a crime is committed, there are 3 levels of appeal. Level 1, the local community. If someone commits petty theft, vandalism, or something minor, an unpaid, temporarily elected community agent encourages all parties in the dispute to talk it out and reach a conclusion and a handshake. If there's a more serious crime or dispute that can't be solved locally, a regional group is formed from a rotating body of elected authorities to investigate the facts and propose a resolution. And if that's not working, you go to level 2, a trial. There's no attorneys allowed, there's no court fees. The rotating body of authorities propose a solution that satisfies the victim and the community. And then sometimes level 3, if needed, a punishment, usually in the form of restitution, community service, or re-education, which consists of lengthy private communication with the elders, which I guess is kind of like therapy. And if you refuse your punishment, there's a lot of social stigma, which is actually pretty unbearable in a small collective community. And in the very rare extreme cases, the nuclear option is expulsion. You lose your place in the community and you are free to experience a terrible life as an indigenous criminal in Mexico.
Great.
This sounds like I'm describing a peaceful utopia, but on day 1 of the Zapatistas declaring independence in 1994, the Mexican government deployed as many as 70,000 troops to Chiapas that used tanks and helicopters to bomb Zapatista villages. And after 12 days of this violence leading to enormous protests in Mexico City, they eased up but remained stationed surrounding the autonomous zones. And also, since the hobby of violently attacking defenseless indigenous villages comes with international outrage, the government started funding paramilitary groups instead that paid and armed other indigenous people in the region who carried out attacks on Zapatista communities. A lot of these attacks specifically were operations that assaulted women or burned crops. And in Actil, the paramilitaries entered a church and murdered 45 pacifist Zapatista sympathizers while they were praying. Most of them were women and children. It took 23 years for the Mexican government to admit responsibility and apologize to the victims' families in 2020. Over the last 2 decades, constant ideological attacks in combination with unchecked cartel violence on open community centers eventually forced the dissolution of autonomous municipalities. In other words, as far as I can tell, the experiment's over, despite it kind of being successful. So a little bit of backstory is required. Every device that connects to a cellular network, and even some that do not, have an IMSI, which stands for International Mobile Subscriber Identity. A mobile phone network operator can triangulate and track the location of devices using this number, and to prevent misuse or even scarier stuff from happening, most of the time the provider issues a TMSI, or Temporary Mobile Subscriber Identity. So generally, if the police or ICE wants to track an individual on a cellular network like T-Mobile, they have to supply T-Mobile with a judicial warrant. And that judicial warrant requires probable cause that a crime has been or will be committed, and typically requires a complete context of the situation and specifics regarding what is being searched or tracked. It's just that when James Madison wrote the Fourth Amendment, he clearly wasn't taking police officers' feelings or convenience into consideration. But the Fourth Amendment gets really annoying for ICE agents, as being an undocumented person isn't actually a crime at all. It's a civil violation. As of November of 2025, over 2/3 of ICE arrests are of individuals with no criminal convictions. So what do you do when you've taken a job as an ICE agent and now have orders to detain people who aren't suspected of committing crimes? The best option would be to find a more respectable job.
It shuts people down so quick with the,
or I suppose another
well, they're
option
breaking
would
the
be
law.
voluntary euthanasia. But if you're following tradition,
I'm
then
like,
you'll use taxpayer money to buy devices that make
just
phony
like
cell
it's
phone
literally
towers that track people using their devices IMSI. One brand name of such devices
like
is
a
Stingray
lesser
or
grade
Kingfish, but
than
there are plenty of
violating a
options
stop
available
sign.
from
Because a stop sign violation is not a federal government regulation. Technically, every DMV runs their own stop signs. Right? They're the ones who decide where you stop and where you get violated for not stopping. It's not a federally patrolled violation. It's done by local governments, oftentimes not even big state governments, but local economies. So, where'd he go?
various vendors. They operate as a man-in-the-middle attack, such as the ones that I've highlighted in previous videos when hacking wireless routers.
Maybe.
In this case, you're tricking people's devices into connecting to a phony cell phone tower by broadcasting a stronger signal than the real one, and in populated areas, this can amount to thousands of innocent people who are completely unrelated to your investigation being victims of the attack. Now, if you or I did something like this in America, we would be violating quite a lot of cybersecurity laws as well as the Federal Wiretap Act. But cell site simulators have been used for upwards of a decade by law enforcement and ICE, and just recently were reported to have been used on protesters. Technically, in many states, you need a warrant to use an attack like this, but many agencies can do it with only a court order, or they just do it regardless of what the Constitution allows. So sometimes you have to take things into your own hands. There are various operational mechanisms for IMSI catchers, but you generally use a high-power beacon to trick your phone into connecting. Then they downgrade your connection to an older protocol. The older, the better. 5G generally has a lot of protection against this type of thing, although it's not perfect, and a really determined and well-funded agency could probably pull it off. 4G or LTE has some notable weaknesses. 3G has terrible encryption that could be decrypted in real time, and 2G is pretty much a free-for-all. Forcing individual users into these less secure protocols makes tracking them a whole lot easier. So if you're, I don't know, at a protest or you're a person of interest for ICE, and if you notice that you have a 4G or LTE logo, there's a chance that you're connecting to a fake cell site and being tracked. If you notice that you're connecting to 3G or 2G, that's really sus, and unless you're in an extremely rural area or somewhere you'd expect to be roaming out of network, I'd recommend shutting your phone off entirely. But I still get 4G and LTE signals all the time. How can I know whether I'm connecting to T-Mobile's tower or Fascist Mobile's tower? Fortunately for us, a whole lot of companies made a whole lot of portable data hotspot devices, and they essentially just act as internet routers for your Nintendo Switch or your laptop that can connect to your mobile network's data connection rather than a landline internet connection or Wi-Fi. Also, fortunately, most smartphones have this functionality built in already, so not a lot of people bought these, causing them to pile up on eBay for a small fraction of what they retailed for. And super fortunately, a lot of these hotspot devices were pretty poorly secured themselves, which enables them to be repurposed as really effective phony cell tower detectors. The EFF organizes and hosts various types of software to make this conversion as simple as possible. For my $20 Orbic, I have the option of using ADB USB with just connecting to the device via Wi-Fi.
Okay, so I got the super unit here. I've linked a drone, artillery, and a battleship together. As you can see, I can attack this unit with my artillery.
What the fuck? That's awesome.
And it will only
Wi-Fi
be able to shoot further the more hits I get with it.
I went with the latter. It only takes you a few seconds to flash the firmware, you reboot, and then you have a little line that turns green, white, or red depending on the status of nearby cell connections. You can also connect to the device with a GUI in a web browser and edit the settings, even allowing you to send notifications to your actual phone or tablet if a cell simulator is detected. It's portable, it runs all day on a charge, and it costs less than a case of beer. Now imagine sitting across from your anarchist nephew on a holiday and explaining what this does as they open the box and power it on. They will talk about how fucking cool you are for the rest of your life. This one was a failure, probably due to my own lack of expertise. And one of the reasons why I'm including it here is that maybe it'll inspire somebody with that expertise to actually pull it off. That'd be awesome. So one of the things that I've been trying to do on this channel for ages is to make an accessible alternative to Spotify or digital music streaming platforms, like a Goldilocks zone of convenience, compatibility, artist support, owning the music you enjoy, and most importantly, being able to discover and listen to music on your own without an algorithm doing it for you. And there are so many devices and tools and projects available that this kind of sounds like an easy thing to curate. It is not. It is very much not. A lot of people who do this use an old computer or a mini PC and then use something like Jellyfin, or in unfortunate cases, MB or Plex, which has you paying a subscription fee to access your own files. In most cases, running a computer made for desktop use for a streaming music server is inefficient and not terribly reliable, and I'm just not satisfied with that solution. Even running a single board computer like a Raspberry Pi isn't great for this, due to the fact that the boards and storage are not meant to be on 24/7. But there is one type of inexpensive, always-on, and headless device that can run fairly complex operations: Wi-Fi routers. The goal was to get a $30 GLINet Shadow Travel router to run a Jellyfin server. I installed some OpenWRT firmware and quickly realized that the RAM limitations alone would push it too much to be reliable. So I upgraded to the $100
give us longer load times,
kind of has
so
a
that way we can spend more time focused on what we're working on.
A few excruciating eyeball bleeding days later, after learning a whole lot about how routers
I
work
knew it
while
would
trying to
drag,
have a device access
especially
and launch
later in the
Docker
game.
containers stored on a
But I
Linux
made
formatted
the
high-speed USB drive, I realized that if I actually
I made
managed
the
to get
map
this to work, it probably
much
wouldn't
bigger
be stable.
than it requires for the amount of people.
Okay.
So really, like, nothing has like stopped us really from like expanding when we want to expand. Basically, like everyone, and yet the AI, like until recently, all of them only had like 6 cities. Until recently, their flags didn't tell them to expand again.
Stable and reliable music server that I'm looking for. And even if I got it running and I told you to buy this exact router and give you the scripts to run, the setup process would be like 20
the map's
steps
large,
and involve you risking destroying the
and
device.
there's a lot of
Sometimes
city-states,
you
and it has
just
to
have
simulate
admit
every
defeat.
city-state, and they just have city-states just have 30 units that they have to move around every turn for no reason. That's what's taking along, is the city-states.
Yes, okay.
And the map size.
What I did learn is that gl.inet, GLINet, I love it when you spend so much time reading about something or researching something and never speaking to another human being about it. And months down the road, you realize that you have no idea how to pronounce it. But what I did learn is that GLINet routers are incredible for people who want to tinker. I definitely tried experimenting with my own firmware builds, and I bricked the router in the process. At one point, I literally thought it was on fire. But there's a whole alternative recovery boot mode that tries to save it and allow you to go back to stock firmware, which worked like 4 out of 5 times. But even when my dumbass pushed this device past the point where even the recovery mode wouldn't work, to my utter surprise, the user manual has a pinout of the board, which has available JTAG and UART connections, which means that I was able to manually write the stock firmware back onto the system BIOS memory chip. I simply cannot emphasize how much cooler and less wasteful the world would be if the FCC or FTC required every electronic device to have documentation and open access like this. So even though my little travel router hosted music streaming idea took a shit, this still could host media on local networks, or more importantly, easily operate as a super customizable VPN tunnel, ad blocker, or Tor router. All of which happen to be ways that anarchists like to browse the internet without their data and identity being mined for profit. So it kinda does make it to this list. I suppose it's the only currently available mass-produced line of consumer products to do so. And it's worth pointing out that I don't have any sort of relationship with the company. I'm just really horny for products that make it easy for me to modify or repair them.
Anarchism. Anarchism.
When the average Westerner thinks of anarchism, they think of fire, overturned vehicles,
Fire!
and broken
I love
windows.
fire!
While those associations are not necessarily wrong, they do require context. A good example of how context changes everything would be the case of Casey Goonan. He is accused of trying to
Goon.
firebomb an empty federal courthouse in Oakland during a protest. Now, it'll take you quite a bit of searching and reading between the lines to learn that this firebombing amounted to igniting a Molotov cocktail in a concrete planter near the building, destroying a shrub. He also lit a bag of Molotov cocktails on fire near a police vehicle, which may have contributed to the vehicle being burned, as apparently everybody and their mom was lighting cop cars on fire that night. Fortunately, Casey's antics didn't lead to anybody being injured, but this type of arson in California, if it leads to property damage, is punishable by 16 months in prison, and fines are up to $10,000. And Casey pled guilty to malicious damage or destruction of property by fire or explosive. But since Casey is a self-proclaimed anarchist who was protesting the Israeli occupation of Gaza, prosecutors called him a domestic terrorist, and he was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment in a specially designated communications management unit with restrictions on visitors, phone calls, and even communication with other prisoners. Maybe you're thinking what I'm thinking. It seems like over 18 years of Casey's 20-year sentence is for his beliefs, not the inarguably dumb shit that he did during the protest. Another California man received a 20-year sentence for his violent actions outside of a government building at a protest, David Dempsey. Dave sprayed a police officer with pepper spray, beat him with a flagpole, and stomped on his head over 5 times among a long list of attacks on multiple law enforcement officers at this protest. And he pled guilty to these charges, but since the riot he attended was at the Capitol building on January 6th, he received an unconditional pardon and is enjoying his freedom without a single demerit on his criminal record. The difference between these two cases, other than one person causing property damage and the other person causing injury, is entirely up here. One was on the right, one was on the left. Violent patriot, violent anarchist. And the irony is that if you strongly agree with me that this is a malpractice of justice, then you are guilty of the same crime that added 18 years to Casey Goonan's sentence. The crime of having a philosophy that dissents from your government. My goal here is not to justify violence or even lighting shrubs on fire, nor is it to convert my viewers into anarchists or even identify as an anarchist myself. I just want you to more frequently question and recognize
I want to
the
convert my
absurdity of
viewers into
institutions in your
homos.
day-to-day life, because it can only benefit you to do so.
I suppose this whole thing has gone on long enough, but I learned so much while making this video, and I hope some of y'all learned something from watching it. And if you couldn't tell, I love bundling things together in videos like this because a person who's looking for information on mesh-tastic solar lights might be even more interested in using an SDR to pull data from satellites, or might be an expert in network hardware development who can get Jellyfin running on a router successfully, one can hope. If you want to see more videos like this and support this channel and project in general, my Patreon offers loads of released and unreleased music, sound design assets, audio production assets, and a big old friendly community. In just the last year, my Patreon members have almost exclusively enabled this channel to be able to conduct and explain research that is impacting legislation all over the country. And now that the end of the year is here, anything that doesn't carry over into future projects will go to charity. And you can join for as little as $1. Thanks for watching. Keep creating. Bye.
Bye.
Friday, as we were doing the show, Zohran Mamdani was headed down to visit Donald Trump at the White House.
Pretending to be scared
He's the
actually
president.
scared him.
And there was a lot of controversy about this. Well, in some circles there was controversy. How could Mamdani meet with Trump?
Well, that's insane if someone thinks that, because
how dare he do his job?
How dare he? This is where Matt said it best last week. We've got to get out of campaign mode and into governing mode. Zohran Mamdani is the mayor-elect. He has to worry about New Yorkers, and he has to meet with the president for those purposes.
There are things he needs from Trump, actually.
Now, look.
Yeah.
There are two sort of major constituencies that Mamdani has. One is obviously the New Yorkers who elected him mayor. For the most part, your average New Yorker who votes.
This Dutch fuck is getting real ballsy sending me denunciations while she's got a very, very, very small sieve.
Why doesn't she like you?
Because I keep getting grievances.
For what?
No idea.
Oh, city-states. You're attacking city-states, yeah.
Yeah. But once I annex Haddad here, She's fucked.
You should try to get this from Poundmaker.
What?
Just just right outside your territory. Start getting Poundmaker. And then you can like
doing
kind of
getting
like
what? What do you mean?
taking his territory from him.
Oh.
Killing him with violence.
Where is he?
You bitch.
I see. Yes. Oh, very small civ. Could do that. I think I've got enough military. He's not happy with me.
Yeah. But his city's up here. Like if you kind of start settling up into these islands and up right above you, like his little cities right here, they do have walls, but you can hit them with navy so easily, and they're so separated from him.
Oh my god, I've got like 5 times the military strength he does.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start moving my navy over.
So if you focus on taking those 2 cities, but you also want to be expanding on your peninsula behind it, because you'll need the pressure from yourself to keep them loyal.
Mm-hmm. Fucking nice.
Supreme Canal. Hit play.
Voted for Mamdani was doing so because they want the material benefits that he has promised. And those include, his 4 major planks, affordability planks, but they also include things like
Daddy, stop
protect the
yelling at
city
me.
from Donald Trump.
Yep.
That means, protect folks from ICE, build a sense of community, all the material things that you elect a mayor for, regardless of what, without necessarily being part of any type of movement. Then the other constituency is a movement constituency. Ones, maybe they're democratic socialists. Maybe they're just, unaffiliated democratic socialists. Maybe they're sock Dems. Maybe they're progressives. Maybe they're even partisan Democrats who perceive his agenda to be the way in which they go. So there's a movement constituency and there's a material mayor constituency, and these are overlapped too, and obviously in certain places. And so you have to view everything that Mamdani does through both those lenses, and also understand that from his perspective, I would imagine, and I share this perspective at least, and I'm projecting it on him, that he can serve the movement constituency the most by being successful in serving the material constituency of his voters. So with that said, let's play a couple of clips that show the trajectory of this, because he's going down there. Remember what they did to Zelensky when he came to the White House? I mean, this is just the most obvious one, but Trump is always loving to humiliate people. In fact, he humiliated Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer when they went in for the shutdown negotiations.
With the MAGA hats
with
out
the
there.
MAGA hats out there and
Or
making
Trump 2028 or something, trying to troll them about him running for a third term.
Yeah, total humiliation.
It's interesting who he respects and who he doesn't.
I mean, F him. Who cares? But
well, but he has a superpower, and that is this sixth sense about marketing and popularity. And he sees what Zoran's got going on.
And who knows if those hats were in the White House meeting, but the question of whether they were going to release those. But here is what people were thinking anyways before going in. Here's Elise Stefanik. I don't think you can find a more grovelly sycophant for Donald Trump. I mean, someone who has literally changed her entire political orientation to align with Donald Trump, put all the eggs in his basket, essentially.
And he has made her eat shit so many times this year. Like, this is like, I mean, with the withdrawing the nomination for UN ambassador and then saying you got to run.
Do we not have an alliance
in New York
Motherfucker.
City and
Accept the
and
friendship.
just throwing her under the bus. And I mean, you can intro this here, Sam.
Yeah, well,
it's
that's
delicious.
Yes, and understand this is also indicative of what all of the sort of like the MAGA apparatchiks thought was going to happen. In here, let's just hear it.
The president is really kind of setting the table.
Do you want cultural or economic?
Economic for us.
For tomorrow's meeting, put out on Truth Social, quote, Communist Mayor of New York City, Zoran Mamdani, has asked for a meeting. We're hoping that they open this thing up to the press tomorrow because it could be Pelosi Schumer 2.0 in the Oval Office.
Well, certainly there's always surprises. I think it would be great to have it open for people to see the discussion that happens. My priority is always putting New York first and delivering results to the hardworking families of New York. What we cannot continue to see is this embrace of communism, which Mamdani has brought to the most important city in the country, and really the entire world is watching this. Again, he is going to make New York more unaffordable and less safe. He wants to raise taxes. He wants to double down on failed bail reform and defund the police. And he has made it extremely dangerous for Jewish families living in New York. The fact that he has Prime Minister Netanyahu, that he campaigned with unindicted co-conspirators of terrorist attacks.
He's made it very unsafe for one particular.
Hey, I'm just gonna do a quick little Google search here. What percentage of New York City are Jewish? %. That's a fucking way bigger number than I expected. Holy shit. That is a big voter demographic. What the fuck? So
yeah, there's a lot. That
one in
like
10 people in New York are Jewish. That's fucking crazy.
yeah, I want to say like a fifth of the Jews displaced from Europe came to Brooklyn specifically, or something like that.
Huh. Interesting. Okay.
Or
Okay,
like a
this is-
fifth of the ones that were in camps, or something. I don't know. So, there was a lot that came though.
Fascinating. So like, because I was going off the same assumption that the population in cities weren't as high, but America seems to be a little bit different, where the population seems to. So here's a better question, right? What percentage of total Jews in America are in New York? Percentage of Jews in America residing in New York. %21% of the Jewish population resides in New York.
So the city states get their strength by whoever is the leader, right? So that's why the city-states are so strong, is because Russia's so ahead.
Yeah.
So Poundmaker is going to be actually weaker than the city-states.
Interesting, okay.
Jewish family to visit New York.
I think.
Okay, so there's...
Okay. Anyway,
Yeah,
so to continue,
way weaker.
So to continue my stream of thought here, because I was going off the same assumption of what we're going to cover on Bondi, and their use of the Jewish population to push Israeli influence in the country to disrupt the democracy, right? That's my analysis of what's going on. I was assuming that this was just another one of those things where it's like, okay, Israeli influence doesn't like Muslims, they don't like Mamdani, but it's almost a valid concern with that many people. How valid it is a discussion I'm not qualified to
look,
have.
at the end of the day, it's still racism.
Yes. But it's and this is why I fucking hate this discussion, because when we're talking about Jewish discrimination, we have to talk about fucking Israel, because Israel has done so much work to tie the Jewish identity to genocide. And the more that I look into the attacks that are happening on Jews, the more I'm convinced that the reason it's happening is because of Israel's victim complex and their victim campaign that they continue to go on with, associating Jews with Israel instead of talking about anti-Semitic actions, actual anti-Semitic actions, not criticizing Israel or critiquing Zionism. I'm talking about actual anti-Semitism. Actual anti-Semitic trends do need to be dealt with. The only problem is that probably not every, but a large number of Jewish organizations that focus on this kind of thing are inherently tied to the Israeli government and continues to perpetuate this tying of the Jewish identity to genocide, to Zionism, to Israel. And I don't know how they can fix this. I genuinely don't know how the Jewish population gets their goodwill back without wholesale rejecting the idea of Israel. But they're not going to do that. Because at the end of the day, Jews have always been persecuted, always will be persecuted. And Israel is, from what I understand, and if you want to use this terminology, their safe space, right? So it makes sense that the tying of it by the Israeli government has kind of hit a nerve, because like, I imagine that if Muslims were in the same situation where they were all constantly berated and discriminated against and genocided constantly by another religion, they would probably be more on board with Baathism.
What? Say that again, please.
Like if I
was doing a lot, so I wasn't
understand.
listening to basically anything you said.
Like I said that if Islam and Muslims were treated by Jews the way that Jews treat Muslims, or sorry, Israelis treat Muslims, and I said Jews because I'm talking about them tying Jewish identity to Israel, then I bet you that Muslims would have been more on board with Baathism, which is essentially Arab Zionism. Obviously, the homeland thing is a little...
Oh, you're talking about like
Zionism.
radical Muslims.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Like
talking
Muslim
about, like,
Brotherhood type people.
Yeah, yeah. Like I'm talking about these same
Because like
kind of
there's,
people.
it's a lot more complicated than that. Because when you go back to the Baathist era, like it's very easy to look at a state like Israel and what they're doing, and then just look at like South Africa and be like, it's been apartheid forever, and it has been. I'm not saying that it's not, but like the understanding that people have, and it's not to excuse Israel's actions, it's to wrap your head around how the fascist mindset came about in Israel.
Yeah.
And like, it's not necessarily Muslims discriminating against him, but like when Israel came into existence, Muslims were purged out of all these countries. That's why like most Israelis are not European descent, you know? Like they were all
they're not Ashkenazi.
Purged from these countries. And so that wasn't that long ago.
No.
And so it's like you have the, like, you know, the grandparent, now great-grandparent generation are like actual survivors of the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Then their children are this second displacement in the Arab-Israeli war, you know? And the thing is when you look at how they're being displaced, and then you also look at the Nakba and how they displaced Palestinians at the same time. Like that's a hard thing to even think about and process. On how like to get to the point where it's like both of those things suck.
Yeah.
And then it's like it's really the current generation, right? Like these older guys like grew up in the Arab-Israeli war era. So like the younger generation, this is what they have is like there's no displacement. It's only October 7th. That doesn't compare to the Holocaust and being displaced and purged from all these countries after the Holocaust.
No.
And then having like your last, like, because Israel did have this like keeping Jews safe type of thing. Like that's kind of the rhetoric and the propaganda that exists in the Arab-Israeli war, right?
Yeah.
And nowadays it's laughable. It's like you know what else it is? It's like the ANC in South Africa. Right? Like what happened? You know what I mean? It's a joke now.
Yeah.
And like there's nothing.
Oh, game crashed.
There's nothing in the current spectrum that justifies what's going on. Not that anything else is justified, but like this whole Israel has a right to defend itself. That comes from them being invaded multiple times. You know?
I mean, yeah.
That's not what this is.
No, it is not. And I think that distinction needs to be made, and that's why I wanted to spend a little bit of time on this kind of discussion, and especially as we're about to jump into the Bondi stuff as well. Like I really want to reiterate, we need to reject and oppose Netanyahu and Israel's attempts to tie Jews to Israel, because that is the reason that they are getting attacked. Like, ISIS can't get into Israel. They're not really, like, they probably could if they wanted to, but they're not going to. It's much easier just to attack Jews in other countries. Much fucking easier.
Yeah.
And especially and as you were saying the other day, like, we know why Daesh does shit. We know why they attack people. It's for maximum effect. It's to create terror. They're a fucking terror organization. whether they're pledges or actual fucking members in Syria or Iraq or wherever. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. We know why. And if you look at what has been happening in Australia specifically with the Jewish population afterwards, with their victim campaigns going on about how, oh no, we're just defending ourselves, we're not committing genocide, and they're going around doing campaigns talking about how it's so bad that the world is recognizing Palestine, legitimizing terrorism and all this shit. That's why ISIS attacked Jews. Because they knew that at the same time as them going on their victim campaign for genocide denial, that they would utilize this to further, just like October 7, further reiterate and justify their genocide and suppression, murder and slaughter of the Palestinians, and will lead to more ISIS attacks against Jewish populations. Israel is the reason it's happening. Israel is the biggest danger to Jews. Israel is the single sole cause of rising anti-Semitic sentiment. Israel is. And I need people to get this through to their heads. I need people to understand this. Because once people get this into their head and reject Israeli information warfare, we can start moving forward talking about Israel's crimes without having to do this performative dancing around words to not offend Jews because we're criticizing Zionism and Israel. Like, this needs to stop. Like, Jews are not Israel. Israelis are Jews, but Jews are not Israeli. Jews are not Israel. I don't know why I need to even fucking say this, but it's just gotten to a point
and
where
like I said, the reason why it exists like this is because the geriatrics in all these governments exist from an era when, like, like the Munich massacre, there's Iran hostages with Black September and Gaddafi, like, Jews were attacked.
Yes.
They're being attacked again.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, to try and, like, use those arguments that Israel has used historically for genocide is just crazy. It's just crazy. Like,
it's disgusting is what it is.
Like, Anwar Sadat would, like, make fucking Yahya Sinwar fucking kiss his feet, Like, Anwar Sadat is, like, good enough to be a guy who would be a leader in Civ, okay?
Yeah.
Like, if you were gonna do a leader for Egypt that wouldn't be, like, ancient Egypt and it was modern Egypt, who else? And the fact that he's responsible for both, like putting Israel in position where they had to cede territory back to Egypt, and, like, that peninsula is now under Egypt's control, and then also be praised as the peacemaker a few years later. Like, that's a pretty interesting civic dynamic you could put in the game off of Sadat.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Oh no.
Hi there.
Wait, what the fuck just happened?
You tell me.
I must have pressed.
You in here yet?
1 second. None of this is what I wanted. Hold on. We're watching Sam.
Okay, so there's a...
Okay.
I
Good. That was a
control all
little
the
rant
coal,
we can
so
talk about.
my
Can you send
pollution
me-
this time around isn't fucking me because nobody else could burn fossil fuels but me. And now I'm going green, and I'm gonna
Send
hoard
me-
all the coal.
Send me as much coal as I need, because I'm building railways, and I'll come build railways through your shit too.
I'll kill you if you destroy my planet.
Building railways doesn't pollute, does it? I'm not building power plants.
I can't trust anyone with the fossil fuels.
I've already started building hydroelectric. As soon as I can put solar plants, I'm putting solar plants, because I'm not building industrial, not industrial zones, but not building power plants. Maybe nuclear when I get it, but
Elise Stefanik, and she is planning to run for governor against Kathy Hochul, basically running against Mamdani, tying Mamdani in there. We know that Hakeem Jeffries was going around saying the reason why he didn't want Mamdani to win was because he was afraid that it was going to destroy.
You know what an interesting mechanic of the
you win?
The cultist is?
Democrat.
Once it dies, all the changes are reversed. So you can have just an army of cultists out converting city-states and making them disloyal and making them into free cities. But as soon as they die, they all go back. Isn't that an interesting dynamic of the character?
Oh, you mean they resurrect?
No, they die, and you lose all the changes that cultist put into place. It's very interesting.
I haven't used them too much. The secret societies and stuff.
I missed a fucking turn.
I'm still sitting here, so... Are you in?
Yeah, I'm in now. But I can't move my settler, which is great.
Okay.
And like all my units are moving back home, which is great. I love when it takes a turn for me and then does nothing that I want. It's awesome. My builder was going...
Nothing happens fast anyway. You know? It's not like it took you very far back, because you can't go very far forward to begin with.
Hey, Cole.
Hit play on video.
Democrats' opportunity to take the House, because Republicans are going to run against Mamdani as a jihadist, as a communist. Well, guess who just shattered all of those plans? This is 12 number 6. Yes.
Also,
I'm
remember
sorry. Well, you can do 12 too. Go ahead.
You used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think he's, I want him to do a great job. And we'll help him do a great job. You know, he may have different views, but in many ways, you know, we were discussing.
Yes.
Out there now telling her audience,
fuck
the
off
black
with your
people in her
$6
audience, you
offer.
got to wake up. You got to wake up to what not Whitey is doing. Whitey was not responsible for slavery.
It was the Jews.
It was the
says.
Jewies.
Gotcha.
The Jewies were responsible for slavery. You've got J.D. Vance at TPUSA telling people we're not going to kick Nick Fuentes out of this coalition because he's controversial, like his controversial opinions that black people shouldn't live amongst us and that Jews are, shouldn't live amongst us.
Controversial called my wife a slur.
Controversial in that he was like, basically called my wife the N-word for Indians. We're not going to kick him out. And he now has come full circle to where, I don't know if it's the full-on horseshoe within conservative, because it's really just more like this,
right.
Right? There's not really this. There's no gulf. But he comes out literally within a day or two of Candace Owens saying, we should not be demonizing white people for slavery because it was the Jews. Here is J.D. Vance with his own extolling of how America is back.
We believe in hard work and merit. Unlike the left, we stand against treating anybody, and I love what Nikki said about this. We don't treat anybody different because of their race or their sex. So we have relegated DEI to the dustbin of history, which is exactly where it belongs.
It's loud.
Vote down the competitions.
No.
Why? They're just going to win and continue getting Diplo points.
I turned off Diplo victory.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if it gives you Diplo points. I think it gives you something else. Plus, the competitions are fun. Yeah, you'll get 100 great person points for winning the one we just did. And I got 2 civic boosts for coming in second. I needed those civic boosts.
Fair enough.
Got to catch up with some cunts. We're almost there. They're not far ahead of us now.
Yeah.
Culture, though. Peter is so far out. That's why I'm trying to steal his great works.
Fair enough. I think I'm producing spies now.
Can I just comment? Every crowd shot is very old. All the people here are not like Turning Point's US space is supposed to be a college youth outreach thing. All these people
I've been
are like
warned.
Good point.
55 years old. I mean, not you know.
Just a lot of interested parents.
In the United States of America, you don't have to apologize for being white anymore.
It's funny every time I see it.
And if you're an Asian, you don't have to talk around your skin color when you're applying for college, because we judge people based on who they are, not on ethnicity and things they can't control.
Pause it for a second. Now, wait a second. Like, this is contradicting itself because earlier in the speech he's saying we're not going to police people who call my wife a Jeet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, is that not based upon, like, what is that based upon? That's not a compliment, right? Or is
I don't
it?
think
Is it a
so.
compliment?
Well, I mean,
like, he's contradicting himself, and this is the thing, is that it works in that room.
Yep.
But this is why J.D. Vance, and look, this is going to more than likely, I mean, going to be the Republican nominee. He could very well be president this time next year, or this time 2 years from now, in the run-up to the 28 election. But this is the contradiction that that's not going to be able to hold. He's not going to be able to both maintain. I mean, if I was him, I would not want to be president before 2028 because he's got to stay subterranean to some level so that he can speak to the Nick Fuentes' people. And then later in the general, speak to normal people.
Yep.
But you cannot both say, I'm not going to disavow somebody for calling my wife a Jeet. And everything that implies. Because it's not just personal.
I don't know if we watched this, but I did watch this
Usha.
on stream.
It is
I think it might have been
calling
on break, though, when I was playing.
We should say Southeast Asian people, because I thought he was going to go there with Asian, but he wasn't. Southeast Asian people, Jeets, and he can't then turn around and go like, we don't judge people by their skin color. What? What is it? What is the essential part about his wife that is a Jeet, if not her skin color?
Can you stop saying
Has
it,
she
bro?
not acclimated to American customs? Is that what's going on? I mean, that contradiction is going to
This
fall
show has
apart,
too many
and that's
slurs
where
on
ultimately he's got to be pressed, and that cleave has got to happen soon. Let's go to this number 7. this is also disgusting insofar as, like, I mean, I don't know what decent defense attorney in the world will not use this speech as saying it is impossible for my client to get a fair trial in this country.
Oh, let alone the way that the FBI acted. I mean,
put that aside, but
yeah,
the Vice President of the United States has now said somebody who is the alleged killer of Charlie Kirk is the killer of Charlie Kirk. There has not been an hour's worth of trial that has gone on. The guy just showed up and, and so, like, this is so textbook.
But do you think that they know almost that they bungled it so badly with the way that the FBI was leaking all of this false information that they don't care about justice for Charlie Kirk? They're doing a pyrotechnics display and like a booth about where he was assassinated because they are like, this is about getting some sort of political benefit from it, making a martyr of him for Christian fundamentalists in this country.
This clip is very, very strange in that way.
Yep.
And I mean, you also have to like tease out all the sort of like Handmaid's Tale Christian fundamentalism that's in there. But this clip is very, very like, this guy's not an idiot. This was in some ways the most stunning thing that he said.
He said.
Of a true Christian. Scripture tells us, by your fruits ye shall know them. And we might ask, what are the fruits of these people and their principles? And the answer is a man named Tyler Robinson who killed my friend.
Whoa!
Think about it. He has everything that the far left want from our young men. He rejected the conservatism and the spirituality, the values of a small town family. He moved into a small apartment. He became addicted to porn. He became addicted to hate. And he ended up sleeping with somebody who doesn't know whether they're a man or a woman. That is the nightmare scenario, but that is the scenario that the left has actively advertised they want for American families. And the young men in the audience in particular. That is exactly why we have to fight them. Because the fruits of true Christianity are men like Charlie Kirk.
More like Charlie Cunt.
Let's be clear. This kid was so
because he was a cunt.
In weapons. Now, again, allegedly, he is he killed Charlie Kirk. But the idea that the vice president of the United States would say that this guy's the killer without a single day of trial is sort of stunning.
It's prompted by Candace, I think, in what she's been saying.
that he's trying to get out in front of it.
Well, Erica Kirk, before she referenced Candace explicitly said, we're trying to prosecute this guy, and we don't want the case to be, I guess, unfairly influenced from the outside, referring to Candace, because they're worried that Candace and all the stuff she's doing is going to mess up the jury pool. So now they're trying to say, like, he is guilty. Like, and Candace last week said, no, they actually don't have any evidence. That's her one takeaway from the meeting for her audience, was that they don't have any more evidence than they're sharing publicly. So she's not going to stop asking questions.
But this incentive is kind of this. Well, I don't know if it's exactly the same, because they look incompetent. If that's the case, then they can't get a conviction. But for Candace's purposes, if this is never resolved, it's literally the dream scenario for her.
And I mean, from their perspective, I just think they're just playing for immediate propaganda value and don't care if it, like, even the Luigi stuff, like the way they talk about that is just insane. It's crazy the way that they open investigations get talked about by people who are supposed to be looking into them.
I mean, anytime an immigrant kills somebody, like a young white woman, they're using it in the exact same way that they would the Lake and Riley Act, or that girl on public transport in Chicago.
The Brown shooting. These are just propaganda opportunities for them.
All all the conspiracy mongering around the Brown shooting by all of the right wingers who decry Candace Owens' conspiracy talk about Charlie Kirk. And this guy going out there and sort of disseminating, for all we know, half truths about any of this. Also, I should also point out that this guy was raised in a very conservative family, again, bathed in guns, gun culture.
How do you solve problems? Shooting them.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yep.
Gunfighter nation.
Yeah, we have a mass psychosis problem in this country, and the amount of guns that we have doesn't help.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
I'll think about it. No audio? No audio? No audio?
What?
No audio?
I hear audio.
It was silent.
Were as considerable as they were deadly.
Yeah.
For the first time, the mass use of submarines caused chaos among international trade lanes. Modern dreadnought-class battleships fought a pitched battle on the high seas off the shores of Jutland. But
Oh
most
my God.
importantly of all, naval aviation.
This guy's
was born.
pops on
Over
his
the skies
T's,
of the
I
Western
can't.
Front, it was the aircraft, more than anything, that changed the fundamental nature of war on the surface. No longer could an army maneuver in its rear areas without fear of observation or attack. No longer could a security perimeter prevent the infiltration of spies or the covert relay of information. Now an enemy could find you, analyze you, and kill you practically anywhere on or around the battlefield. And in the vast tracts of the open ocean, where there are no landmarks to navigate by or locals to interrogate, the ability to scout over 200 miles away and then radio back the enemy's position, should you find them, was a capability that would prove invaluable. And despite naval guns of the period having a range of only 20 miles, if you had a force equipped with aircraft that could carry bombs, that time-old saying would once again apply. If you can see it, you can kill it. And the United States Navy hated everything about it. Convinced that the battleship could never be supplanted in the field of naval warfare, they categorically refused to support the introduction of aviation into the Navy, in anything other than a supporting role. If there was any flying to be done, it would be done by aircraft launched from small aviation cruisers or seaplane tenders. They would carry 20 planes at most, and maybe a balloon or two if they asked nicely. Yet what the Navy hadn't considered was the opinion of the public, the opinion of Congress, but most importantly, the opinion of America's airmen. Introducing the leader of the U.S. Army Air Corps, pioneer aviator, combat pilot, and air warfare visionary, Billy Mitchell. And when I call him a visionary, I genuinely mean it. He was the man who planned the aerial component of the very first coordinated air-land combined arms offensive, the
How
Battle
long
of
is
San
this?
Miguel. He rode in the observer to British and French aircraft on combat missions before the Americans had entered the conflict in order to write the book on aerial warfare.
25% like highest.
Okay,
speed,
well,
'cause
it's
a long
like,
video.
I veto this.
Okay.
I'm bored. The guy's voice sucks. Okay, whatever this is. Oh, this is the Hassan intro that this guy made in Minecraft.
So.
That's cool. Wow, great. Oh, student
home to
loans,
most
cool.
of Nigeria's Muslim population. It was here that a radical Islamist group called Boko Haram took shape
Who
and
did
turned
not do
violent in
9/11.
2009. They started razing villages, slaughtered men and women, and kidnapped children who were forced to carry out suicide attacks. The Nigerian government cracked down, but the group continued to grow. In 2014, they got international attention when they kidnapped close to 300 schoolgirls in Chibok.
Isn't Algeria packed with them too? My mother is a judge at the Algerian Supreme Court and she gets tons of terrorists. Oh, Algeria is unfortunately also a deep vein for, yes, this kind of, no, it's not a don't say that
Here you go.
situation.
Have a
Yes,
lobster.
like modern Algeria definitely has a lot of issues with this as well. Isn't France the only country that still has almost full power over their colonies and have their own Rothschilds to exploit the resources of the colonies? Yes and no. I mean, these colonies still have all of their finances handled by the French, yes. And if you know anything about the French, they never forgive a country for liberating itself, whether it be Haiti or even Algeria.
By then, they controlled a huge swath of territory in northern Nigeria, where they imposed strict Sharia law and declared it an Islamic caliphate. In 2015, they became affiliated with the Islamic State, which had a caliphate of its own in Iraq and Syria. Within a few years, the group killed nearly 25,000 people and was on track to become the deadliest terror group in the world, eventually surpassing ISIS. 5 African countries backed by the US, UK, and France formed a task force to battle Boko Haram. By April 2015, they had liberated major towns and seemed to push Boko Haram out. But 3 years later, Boko Haram is still active. The group had shifted its focus to the Lake Chad region, one of the poorest places in the world. The lake touches the borders of Nigeria, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon, but none of the state governments have any real presence here. This is where Boko Haram is operating. They've been raiding local villages for food and capturing men to serve as fighters. In 2016, the group split into two. As Boko Haram's attacks grew more and more violent, this group, the Islamic State West Africa, started offering protection to villages in danger. They also provided stability and even water supplies to a region collapsing under a food crisis in exchange for attacks and recruits. In the absence of a strong central government, they've moved further into Nigeria and Niger, where they've launched attacks of their own and are—
This is a video from 7 years ago from Vox, talking about Islamist militant groups gaining strength in Africa. And even Boko Haram itself is like, Boko Haram itself, if I'm not mistaken, is also an offshoot that turned into its own thing. Its own separate thing. But they're also they're all offshoots of like this.
Maybe you watched it. I don't watch Hassan.
Well, I remember we were talking about if he got it right. Who's this fat idiot?
USA! 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 Hey, what's up? What's up? Fuck communism! It's yours! Fuck the yours! Fuck the yours! Yeah, communism!
Is this professional douche?
Might as well be.
Can we see if also see if professional douche has any new videos? I'm with them.
He hasn't uploaded a video for 3 months.
Damn.
I guess we're stuck with Drew. It's really funny, right? This whole video is very funny. Oh well, the whole situation is very funny because clearly he knew what was going to happen, right? This is what they always do. This is what these antagonists always do. They'll go in, say some dumb shit, get arrested, and then grift off it. We've seen this time and time and time again within American protests, and Drew is now implementing these fascistic disruption tactics and then grifting off being... And he wasn't arrested, he was moved on. There's a very specific thing that Australian police do, and I'm pretty sure American cops do this and European cops as well, where if there's antagonists going into protest, they will move them on to keep the peace. This is what's happening here.
Shame on you!
Another dead Russian.
USA! 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 USA!
Wow, he's so cool.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, what's up?
Out of the way, they're hindering.
Do you hear him ask why the stress position? It's like, yeah, it's so you move.
Because you're an asshole.
Like,
That's
this
what they
is
should
literally
say.
what you wanted. Like, you literally wanted this. This was your entire goal by doing this. Notice how the video opened up with him moving into the protest, not explaining what he was doing?
Can't I?
No, we-
Well, then I'll go around.
I did it. Guess what, John?
What? Can't hear you.
Fucking
Helicopter too loud.
The national park plan, it worked.
Oh, you got a national park?
I do.
That's nice.
Yes, it worked. So, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get this coal. I think it's just out of range. Which that's a little bit of an issue. What do I want? Do we want a harbour? An
Try
encampment?
to bomb the harbor.
Boom. Fuck off. Ugh, save it. It crashed. Don't press next turn.
Still gonna finish the turn you were doing. Oh, it went to the next turn.
You're going home in the back of a Davy van.
It went to the next turn. That was my bad.
I love that.
It's okay.
Drew
You didn't hear
uploads
any of it.
this.
You didn't hear me.
I did hear you. I love that Drew is here being like, police try to break my arm, even though literally didn't happen. But like, you know, whatever requires the grift. You know, whatever works, I guess. Bet you he's gonna ask for some money soon. Pay my legal fees.
Boys, out of the way. The people walking past. Move out of the way. Move back. People walking past.
Anyway, so nothing happened there, as expected. Just a bit of grift.
New South Wales police say a pro-Venezuelan demonstration that attracted hundreds in the heart of Sydney's CBD last night was unlawful after organisers failed to get police approval under the government's new public assembly restriction.
Don't you love that? That we have to get approval from the state to protest? That's pretty fucking cool. Hey, can we protest your fucked up laws? No. Great.
Brought in the wake of the Bondi terror attacks.
Run! Why'd you run?
I didn't run. I fell. There's bottles back there.
Sir.
You're breaking my arm.
Resisting arrest.
That's true.
I don't recognize that audio. What was those from?
Yes, you do. You don't remember this video? Well, too bad. Shouldn't have gotten up. Now you can't see it because it's gone.
Civilization. Join game. Oh, I skipped the video again.
Police monitored the gathering at Sydney's Town Hall that began at about 6 p.m, with around 250 people attending the Snap rally, along with around 40 counter-protesters. Some carried placards and signs condemning what they described as
like,
US imperialism.
It's some fucking anti-China protest opposed by 40 paid protesters. That's the same vibes.
Imperialism, with similar events also held in Brisbane and Melbourne. In Sydney, 3 people were arrested at the event, 2 for breaching the peace and a third for displaying offensive messaging. The demonstration was one of the first...
Which one do you reckon Drew was? Disturbing the peace or offensive messaging? What do you reckon?
Disturbing the peace.
Yeah, absolutely disturbing the peace. Like, it couldn't be anything else. Like, and this is what I've been saying to him when I saw him posting this shit. I'm like, bro, you know for a fact that Australia has move on laws when you're antagonizing people at protests. He knows this for a fact. He knows this for a fact because the police have moved on people trying to antagonize him while he was doing his little anti-China protest before turning into a complete fascist bootlicker. So it's like... the only conclusion I can come to is Drew knew exactly what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way that he didn't.
Of course he did. That's how it works.
And it's like, how do the people that follow him not understand that this is literally how the chuds grift? They go and antagonize people, they get arrested, then they be like, oh my god, I got arrested for free speech. Well, no, you didn't. You got arrested for antagonizing protesters and trying to cause an incident because you, I guess, are so beholden to US foreign policy just because you've been spending so much time allegedly taking Israeli money to support their genocide. But like, yeah, what does that matter? You know, that doesn't diminish your position critiquing the Chinese state, not at all. You know, you supporting American imperialism and the kidnapping of Venezuela's illegitimate but legal ruler, president, representative, leader, whatever you want to call it, dictator, regime, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter to US imperialism. US imperialism shouldn't be fucking happening. And as soon as I heard that the journalists say that this is likely going to give tacit approval and a green light, essentially, for Russia to go even harder and China to invade Taiwan, yeah, you're all fucking idiots. You're all idiots for not seeing the forest for the trees. Like, America did this one little special military operation and arrested Maduro. No, they conducted an illegal military operation just like Russia, except America is competent. That's the difference. That is the difference here. Just because they succeeded doesn't mean that we should support what they did. It's no different to Russia. And America's been like, oh, Russia bad, Russia bad. But now they're doing Russian shit. 20 years of war, baby. That's what we're heading for. And Drew supports it.
First real test for the protest reforms that cleared both houses of the New South Wales Parliament with cross-party support in late December. Under the laws, the New South Wales Police Commissioner has the power to temporarily designate public areas as restricted from assemblies following a declared terrorist event. That restricted area covers the southwest, northwest and central metropolitan police commands across broader Sydney. The New South Wales Police Commissioner justifying the restrictions as a way to combat fear and divisiveness in the community. The restrictions on public assemblies were activated on December 24th and last for 2 weeks, but can be extended fortnightly for up to 3 months. Police issuing a warning to demonstrators that those without authorisation could not be legally protected. Last night's event was also promoted and supported by the Palestinian Action Group. They, alongside a number of other groups, including the New South Wales Greens, intend on challenging the protest reforms in the New South Wales Supreme Court, with those court documents expected to be filed later this month.
Wow, great.
Should have been faster. Yeah, law works slowly, but, you know, passing legislation in a handful of days when you only sit in Parliament in once a week is pretty impressive, guys.
Because, baby, you're a firework.
Operation Absolute Resolve was a meticulously planned raid involving 150 aircraft operating from 20 different US bases and Navy ships. Sequential strikes on radar and defense sites before Delta Force commandos seized Venezuela's president. Swift, precise, almost flawless. The Trump administration may not have put so much planning into what happens next. Or at least, it gives that impression.
Thank you very much. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it.
Who are those people who will be running the country specifically?
So it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this.
Really, since the beginning of the administration, people have been speculating, some publicly, but most privately, as to when we would move against Venezuela. So this did not come as a surprise. It wasn't a shock to people who pay attention.
No
the
shit,
shock
it wasn't.
Is that now,
the entire point that it fucking
we're in charge.
Gives a green light to every other imperialist fuckhead in the world. I don't understand why these people are so inept that they can't see that this is the fucking consequence. Like, okay, great, you went into Venezuela, cool. Are you going to be able to stop China invading Taiwan? Are you going to still help Japan try and defend Taiwan?
Nah, we're going to invade
Probably
Greenland next.
Probably fucking not.
Well,
They're going to dedicate
that's the
resources
highlight
elsewhere.
of him saying the Monroe Doctrine is back.
Yeah, exactly.
He's saying that Russia is going to be allowed to do whatever they want.
Like, it's insane. You're an idiot.
Of 30 million people in a country that is well larger than California.
I don't know how much time we have to spend explaining to you that the UN Security Council states do nothing but protect their own imperial interests. And guess what one of the United Nations Security Council seats? Guess which country holds one of those seats? It's fucking China. They're in a big fucking club. You're not in it. Don't you understand? Why are you bootlicking the state? The Chinese people suffer under the CCP, just like the Americans suffer under the American government, just like Russians suffer under the Russian government. Who are the other states? The French like to fucking burn shit, so I don't know. The French it's a weird. The French are fucking weird. Like the people kind of support French imperialism, but don't like it when
France is on its way out. But I mean, look at Africa, you know, like that.
Yeah.
Lebanon too. Like, but that era is kind of over.
Yes,
for France.
But France still protects their imperial interests with veto power and voting and whatnot. They're on the council, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's UK, France, and the other three, yeah? China, France, Russia, UK, and US, yeah.
Then there's like fake members as well.
Yeah, there's like an extended Security Council, but really it's only the big five.
Yeah, it's not real.
No, it's all a facade to protect imperial interests and suppress autonomy, right? And this is the other thing, is the UN Security Council protects autonomy, and this is why when the One China policy switched from, or not so much switched, but when the One China policy was introduced, the UN switched from recognizing Taiwan to China, and then magically, China then opens up to capital. Wow, what a coincidence. Wow, oh my god. Wow, what could have possibly happened there? Wow, I can't possibly imagine that there would have been backroom meetings talking about opening up the billion people in China to free capitalist labor. Yeah, cool. I bet you that's something that we should really fucking support, huh? We should support the opening up of China and the introduction to capital into China
in exchange for recognition of China officially and the abandonment of Taiwan and the subsequent suffering of autonomy since. Yeah, great thing to support. No, you're really on the right side supporting China. You're right. There's really nothing wrong about supporting China. It's not at all anything like supporting America. No, you're 100% correct. Chinese government supporters are not like MAGA whatsoever. Oh, and on the Maduro thing, you're not new here. You should be well aware that we have always said Maduro is not the person who won the election, but he is the legitimate leader, and it does not justify, and the state of democracy in Venezuela and the issues within Venezuela are not an American problem to deal with. We have said this constantly, and we have never wavered from this position. We have always said Maduro is not the correct leader. He did not win, but he is the legitimate ruler of the country, and that this is not an American problem to deal with. We have always said this. We have stayed on this position, and we have had this position. How long? Probably about fucking over 2 years since Venezuela's been talked about, since Guyana, right?
A lot of Venezuelan anarchists, you know? They're all over the place. But the thing is that they said that nothing's going to change. The vice president is going to stay in place, so the Bolivarian general system is going to stay in place. The U.S. understands that they already have a system of extracting capital and keeping it from the people. The U.S. just wants to be cut in on it now. Aaron Brown had a great video too, because he's because the infrastructure in Venezuela would need to have a lot of money dumped into it to get to the it's worth investing in their oil infrastructure for profit run things.
I mean, the US dollar is going to go a long way in Venezuela.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like ultimately the situation on the ground for the people I don't think is going to change.
No, of course it won't.
They're keeping the same people in place because they're already the extractors.
Yeah, like nothing's going to change. Like they're just going to, as you said, get cut in on it. America just wants a slice of the pie.
Well, I think it's going to get
like,
worse.
You're in our sphere.
By that, I think it's when I say I think it's not going to change, I'm saying I don't think it's going to be better.
No, it's going to end up like a situation like the Congo, where China hires private police that end up slaughtering people, God. Or like that kind of stuff for mines in the Congo and shit. Like it's going to end up like that, where there's going to be American mercenary forces in the area protecting it from guerrilla fighters who are trying to disrupt and destroy extraction processes. And now Maduro's not there, and this new woman, we'll see how she is, but like there's a heavy chance we'll see a massive insurgency. And it's not going to be pretty. Like, South America is known for their guerrilla fighters.
We'll see what happens. I mean, it's such a fucking wild card right now.
It really is,
like, immediately threatening Greenland.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I ultimately, I don't ultimately care if, like, laws and shit get broken because they don't exist anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not the one who's like, it's illegal. You seized him illegally. Like,
well, I only say illegal to people who give a shit about it because it's an appeal to authority.
Like, if shit improves, then good. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like, if it ends up being like Panama and like it doesn't get worse. But I just don't think that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's going to get far worse.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is inevitably too going to get worse. 1 second. Hugo Chavez, 99. Okay, so they've been in power since 99.
It's my Buster Hugo Chavez. You remember the Biden office tour?
When did Venezuela nationalize their oil? 76. What the fuck? That was 50 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Yeah.
Anyway, no. Maduro is not a response to American imperialism. American imperialism has been focused on the Middle East for 25 years. Like, it's been minimal. Like, the embargo is probably the biggest piece of American imperialism that's happened in 25 years.
Yeah, and that's
Before
all
this.
been... That's the thing, is just like, this shit was all about to disappear. Like, Obama left passing the torch for that era to end, and then Trump is like, we're doing the embargo again. Also, fuck that nuclear deal.
Yeah, like, the whole thing. Like, it's
Like,
just
Trump
ridiculous.
has just been a disaster for the world. Think about, like, all the people he's killed from malaria alone.
Yeah. Fucking crazy. But, like, no, Maduro is not a response to American imperialism. If anything, Maduro is a puppet of China and Russia. But even that, I'm not confident in saying.
If you
because
say
it's
that
like,
he's a response to the imperialism because he's a successor to somebody who was, you know, like Chavez
sure,
was in that era.
But it's
you know?
almost like saying that Lenin and Stalin were
But like it's like
successors rather than
you know,
complete.
There's still a
direction
Castro in Cuba, but it's not Fidel. Nobody gives a shit.
Mm.
Maduro's cool as fuck, though. Have you seen all the photos that all the guys have been taking with him? In every photo, he's just like this, thumbs up and shit.
That's pretty funny.
Like, it's hard not to like him. He looks cool as fuck in all these pictures, bro.
I mean, sure, like yeah, sure, you could call sanctions imperialism if you really wanted to. I would almost count that in the
South
same
America
category
is
as
always
the embargoes.
because it's the leftovers from the Monroe Doctrine, you know, because it was
echoes.
leftovers from that doctrine. There's been things that have cascaded through the region.
Cascading is a good word. A cascade is a good word. I said echoes, like it's echoes of like the classic imperialism.
But they're really just trying to do the Cold War again. But there's not actual communist.
Yeah, they're trying to make them up.
Yeah.
But yeah, like sure, because I call, look, that's valid. I call China's Belt and Road economic imperialism. I'm happy to call that imperialism as well. Fine. That's fine. I'd still disagree that it's a response to American imperialism because the sanctions. Let's look while I'm live googling.
Well, I mean, Trump has been
keep live googling.
Literally
When
everything
did
Trump has done has been imperialistic, but Maduro came in at a time where that wasn't really.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so Venezuelan sanctions started in 2017. Under Donald Trump. Okay, so that's Donald Trump specifically. Did they continue
like
under
I
Biden?
said, it's Trump is trying to fucking do the Cold War again. Like all the shit was over.
On Venezuela.
It's so fucking annoying.
Cease under Biden.
And Biden didn't do shit about it, because why would he?
Oh, look. In October 2023, the administration of Joe Biden temporarily lifted some U.S. sanctions on oil, gas, and gold industries in exchange for the promise of more release of political prisoners and free 2024 elections, which didn't fucking happen. But okay, that's interesting. Okay. So, well, that's actually very interesting. That's very, very, very interesting. Biden lifted some of them in exchange. And if Biden had won or the Democrats had stayed in power and the elections were free,
It doesn't matter. It ended in Trump's first term.
Yes. Yeah.
It even literally, if Jeb Bush, literally, because I was going to say, literally, if George Bush got elected again, he would make the right decision and continue forward with the Obama policy on South America. I am confident Bush would be better in a third term than Trump in his first term.
That's a pretty big call. Hey, well, what about this? If they do open up the elections, what if Bush did run again? I wonder if he would win.
I mean,
hey,
that's
fuck
what Jeb
this guy.
was.
The Iraq War is my war. Fuck you. Fuck you trying to start another one.
Also,
get fucked.
Jeb's wife is Cuban, I believe.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So,
Jeb Bush.
You better believe that if a Bush dynasty came in instead of Trump, that they would have continued those policies instead of re-escalating to the point we're in now.
Mexican.
Ugh.
Are Mexicans North American?
Yeah.
They are, okay. But yeah, it's an interesting argument. Venezuela's very complicated. If you haven't watched our Venezuela episode with the guy who fled, it's pretty fucking good. You should watch it. And it's Maduro, I don't really have an opinion on him. He's just a typical socialist dictator who just centralizes power in himself and enriches himself. Fuck
he reminds me more of a Boris Yeltsin. Right? Chavez, the way, also a lot of the systems that Chavez gets credit for was also inherited from the so-called democratic time before him. But the nationalization of their resources, it's eventually becomes you have this trend towards oligarchy no matter what system you do. You know? And because the military owns the resources to extract those resources, and then didn't invest in the infrastructure behind those resources, that's really what hurt the economy so bad. It wasn't Maduro at all. Maduro didn't change policy.
No.
And it wasn't sanctions that destroyed them either. It's the same economic system that was in place before him that just didn't go anywhere. And it's really on the fault of the people who got comfortable in their positions and didn't invest back into the infrastructure. You know? It's it's the capitalist mindset is when you stop, you don't care, you know? It's you look at fucking landlords and how they don't do anything about their properties until they're legally mandated to, you know?
Yeah. I mean that's how it usually works.
So this is what the true cause of the damaged economy in Venezuela is. And that system, they have made it clear, the Trump administration, that system is not going anywhere.
No.
But they say a lot of shit, so who knows what they're going to do. But then, like, on the other hand, you look at a debothification scenario. Like I said, like, if you're a general and you have control over these resources and it sounds like you're going to get debothified, why would you just take that?
Yeah. Oh shit. The guy who nationalized the oil also got re-elected in the early 90s.
What we could maybe, like, I'm trying to think on systems that the Trump admin would actually use that could be successful. And, like, if they, instead of doing, like, a debothification purge, if they just buy people out, they use a company to literally buy these guys out. Because if they're being bought out, that's different than just having your wealth taken from you.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe they can do something like that where they buy out a lot of these guys who hold on to the infrastructure. But I don't think they will, because that's too intelligent for a capitalist to do. Capitalists don't think rationally.
No, they do not. A coup with Chavez, constant CIA shit plots. Assassination attempts. But the paranoia, it's not even about the paranoia. Like, we're talking about things above this, bigger than that. Like, none of that matters. Like, oh no, a dictator is paranoid. Yeah, name one that fucking isn't. They all are, because it's the nature of it. Like, your absolute power. Of course there's going to be people wanting to stab you in the back. It naturally causes paranoia. Stalin literally killed the entire original Bolshevik cabinet because of paranoia, for fuck's sake. The paranoia of Western influence, or what was the fucking motivation for the Cambodians for killing people with glasses? Like, fuck the intellectuals kind of shit. The fear of, like, Western stuff. Boko Haram is literally about
I don't know.
exiling Western.
I didn't actually know, like, that specific thing about the glasses. It doesn't surprise me, though.
Let me look it up. Hold on. Why did the Kampuchea kill people with glasses? I imagine it was like a offshoot of Maoism almost.
Make sure you advance the turn.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it for a while. Hold on.
Because, like, I'm waiting to launch an invasion over here.
Targeted people wearing glasses because it associated them with being intellectuals or educated professionals. A group it sought to eliminate.
There you go. You guessed right.
A pure agrarian classless society. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I know is the agrarian shit.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, like, Venezuela's a very complicated country, surprisingly, actually. It doesn't feel like it should be, but it really is. It's quite fascinating. But, like, it's just, like, Venezuela's one of these, like, tanky flashpoints that they just fucking love talking about it. And it's like, I don't know, they miss so much. And it's like, there's such a bigger discussion. Like, I don't know much. You probably know a little bit more than I know. And we were able to have I feel like a pretty decent discussion about the state of Venezuela, not even mention the leadership or anything like that. Like, it's very much...
We talk about the leadership a lot.
No. I mean, like, just then we were talking about the wider implications and, like, the wider... Talking points
Yeah,
about
the
Venezuela,
system doesn't go
like,
out with Maduro, so, like, there's greater issues going on. Like,
yeah, and it's like...
that's the thing. This is like, if nothing changes, then this is even more of, like, a joke, and it makes him look even cooler.
Yeah.
Bro, I hope
that is
if he gets locked up, I hope they fucking produce, like, a fucking Slam album. in the joint.
I hope so.
Bro, can you imagine being locked up with the president of Venezuela?
It's a bragging point.
You know, and like a right-winger who is a little more rational said something today that he said that like you know, anyone who says like what happened is wrong, they would fully support somebody doing this exact same thing to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Well, that's what people were
and
saying.
it's like,
oh,
bro, he's got a fucking ICC warrant, not a fucking fucking warrant out of the fucking New York court. What do you mean?
Yeah, fair. That's a very fair point. Where the fuck did my units go, cunt? Where did my pikemen and shit go? What the fuck?
They get upgraded? The AI upgrade all your shit?
No, they've just gone. They're literally just gone. What the fuck? Rigged, I tell you. Keep fucking crashing, stupid fucking game.
Try to bomb the harbor. Trying to get off coal.
I can just transfer city. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Dude, it fucking took my fucking military units on this fucking island too. What the fuck? I literally bought them with gold and they're gone. Get fucked. I'm off it now. I'm fucked.
You need gold?
Well, I just used 1,000 of it to buy units and now they're gone.
You haven't accepted the last thing I sent you, so I can't send you more stuff.
Hold on. God fucking damn it.
If Nicolas Maduro had always been in Trump's crosshairs, at times the leader seemed to revel in the
push
attention.
more gold per turn.
Soy más famoso que Taylor Swift
But it's
en Estados Unidos ahorita.
my people are gonna be very unhappy. Okay?
Que Karol G.
But if I need to push
Soy
gold,
más
I'll
famoso
push
que
it.
Bad Bunny.
Inside Venezuela, the capture of Maduro was met, at first, with disbelief. The US raid came shortly after the nation's equivalent of April Fool's, St. Innocents Day.
It's actually the typical joke that you would make on St. Innocents Day. Oh, you know, Maduro fell, turn on the TV. And people are like, I'm not going to fall for that.
But Maduro's government remains intact.
It's the same Chavista troops, it's the same Chavista government. It's just that Maduro's not there. So people in Venezuela, I mean, there have been some scattered celebrations, but a lot of people are just afraid to celebrate.
Adding to the confusion, Trump has not encouraged Venezuela's opposition or endorsed its leader, last year's Nobel Peace Prize recipient, Maria Corina Machado.
She doesn't have the support within.
She's a nice lady, but she can go
The
fuck
opposition
herself.
claimed it won elections held in 2024, but Maduro refused to cede power.
It is very concerning that the Trump administration is not putting the opposition and the sort of the will of the Venezuelan people first. Right now, what's being put first, at least in terms of the objective of the goal of post-Maduro Venezuela, is oil.
We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country.
Venezuela has vast oil reserves,
my God.
with around
It's worse than
300
that.
billion barrels in the ground, more
it's
than
way
Saudi
worse than
Arabia.
that. Most of my
but the
navy
nation
is
remains
gone. The
poor,
cultist is
in
gone.
part because the oil is largely
I can load an autosave.
I mean,
Please.
Venezuela was producing
I'm leaving.
3 million barrels when Chavez came to power. It's
I'm
now
so
producing
pissed.
800, 900,000
Like, load
barrels.
one
It can
that's,
easily
like,
go up
a
at least
few
to
turns
2.5
ago.
million barrels in 3 to 5 years. If you do that, then the economy will boom.
The president says he targeted Maduro because he allows the export of drugs into the US, and partly
We are
because of
attacking
historic
Venezuela. Oh, of course
grievances
we are.
over its oil
We're
reserves.
going to continue.
We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago.
US oil companies did lose contracts under former Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez in 2007. But those disputes were fought out in international arbitration.
So what did Venezuela do after that? It started paying. Venezuela was
take us
paying
forever
the
to
companies,
get back to where we
up
were.
until the end of 2018. Why did it stop in 2019? Because the U.S. government imposed sanctions on it.
US political analyst Larry Sabato says Trump's motivation to capture Maduro may be much closer to home.
That's what it sounds like.
Why did he do it? Well, for one thing, Marco Rubio is Secretary of State, and this has been Marco Rubio's cause for many years during his entire time in the Senate, really.
He's what's known as
Venezuelans are an
a
important
dick.
part of his base in Florida and helped him to win all of his Senate races there.
You comment?
And he feels very strongly about it for lots of different reasons. He thinks it's going to lead to a takeover by the United States in Cuba, which is where people need to be watching next.
Are you considering U.S. action in Cuba?
We're not. I think it's just going to fall. I don't think we need any action. It looks like it's going down.
Trump's former MAGA ally, Marjorie Taylor Greene, says the president is abandoning his supporters.
They voted to tear down the system that protects the rich, powerful elites. They voted to tear down the system that consistently goes for foreign wars and regime change. They voted to tear down the system that does nothing for regular, hardworking Americans.
Sabato says Trump's MAGA base will stick with him, despite the contradictions with his America First promises. He's in more trouble with the political centre.
People are not happy about this, and it isn't just because
of
what Trump said about running Venezuela. It's also because we now know enough about Donald Trump and his family and his billionaire buddies to know that there are going to be all kinds of money-making deals for them.
We need total access. We need access to the oil and to other things in their country that allow us to rebuild their country.
This afternoon, Vice President Delcy Rodriguez invited the US government to collaborate and cooperate with Venezuela. Maduro's successors must now balance America's demands with the challenges of running a weakened government.
It really has set up the current situation in Venezuela to lead to what usually happens in these situations, where you have a power vacuum with different factions of the leading regime vying for power, uncertainty, in terms of who will be in charge. And of course, that usually leads to a period of instability, violence, and just a lot of uncertainty.
Good night. Happy New Year.
It's not just Venezuela's Latin American neighbours who are now weighing the implications of this latest US military intervention. Scott Anderson is a former US diplomat and expert in international law and a fellow at the Brookings Institution. He joined me earlier from Washington. Scott Anderson, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for Is this guy being held hostage?
Is the American intervention in Venezuela, including the extraction and arrest of its president, a breach of international law?
It really advances a view of international law that is very hard to reconcile either with how most countries view international law and how the United States has approached international law up to this point. That's not new necessarily. That was true of the maritime strikes the Trump administration has been pursuing as well.
We're going to be so
and I'm
far
assuming
back.
that the legal theory for this action justifying international law is
nothing.
very similar to those. I think
Not
that's
even a point to even
almost
play.
certainly correct. Well, we actually.
No, this is perfect. All my units are here. And I haven't even annexed the city yet. That's great.
Oh,
That's
thank
perfect.
God. No, I haven't even taken the city that I was trying to take when we started. Yeah, this is basically where we started today.
Oh, seriously?
Yes.
Fuck. That's alright.
It's better than losing all of my fucking gold. And at least now I can replace my city in a better spot to actually get the coal. And I didn't buy the tiles trying to reach the coal either, so that's good too. This is fine, actually.
Actually, I haven't heard this administration put forward a straightforward international legal argument to date.
For want of a better explanation, we're hearing from the president that it was all an attempt to stop a narco-terrorist in the form of President Maduro. The narco-terrorism posed a direct threat to American national security. Therefore, the US had to go in. In international law terms, in your view as the expert, does that argument hold water?
Yeah, because I upgraded all my
I don't believe
battleships
it
and
does.
stuff.
International law under the UN Charter requires, before a state can use armed force against another state, it requires there to be an armed attack or an imminent threat of an armed attack. Now, the United States for a long time has taken a much broader view of what an armed attack is in a lot of other states. A lot of other states it has to be pretty substantial scale and effects sort of violence. The United States has said really any sort of violence can work. But the United States has said in the context of cyber operations and other operations, things like economic sanctions, there has to be a kinetic effect. There has to be something that looks like the effects of a bomb or a bullet. That's what's missing here. They're linking narcotics trafficking and treating it as if it is a bomb or a bullet being hurled at the United States and at American nationals. And that is just a huge, huge leap. If you start saying that about narcotics trafficking, you can say that about all sorts of other activities, which it's always been understood was not supposed to be something that was supposed to give rise to the use of military force. Indeed, restricting the use of military force in response to those sorts of smaller incidents was what the UN Charter was all about. So it would be a pretty transformative change in understanding for the international system.
So you say it's a huge leap, an impossible leap when it comes to international law?
The time of day.
You know, impossible is hard to say, absolutely. There's a degree of innovation and advancing different views. Views do change, they do evolve in international law. What I would say, though, is that at times the United States and other states, when they've engaged in novel interpretations and applications of international law, they engage in international legal diplomacy to try and persuade other states of it. They make the argument saying, here's why we should be viewing this new activity through this existing international law. Trump administration has not done that, or if it's trying, it's not doing it very effectively.
We have President Trump just in the last couple of hours now not ruling out military action in Colombia. Can we expect to see more of these type of actions by the Americans?
We do criticize him a lot.
That's a good question, and I don't know, to be honest. The one thing I will note is that the Maduro case is a little bit of a strange case, for the simple reason that Maduro was a genuine policy problem, and Venezuela is a genuine policy problem for the United States, for really the broader national community, certainly for many countries in the Western Hemisphere.
Okay.
And Maduro had taken on a weird significance for this administration. For months now, we've heard them say, we're going to force Maduro out of power. And it became a big political constraint for them. It became a commitment that they felt they needed to make good on. And that's the reporting we've come out today. In a New York Times report today, we heard a story that the Trump administration actually offered Maduro gilded exile in Turkey, but 2 or 3 weeks ago, saying you can leave the country and you can retire in luxury. When he declined to do that, when he's kind of publicly flaunting the fact that he was refusing to cooperate with the United States, that's what led to this operation. To me, that suggests that there's an element of this that might be primarily face-saving, a desire to achieve a victory that will allow them to then de-escalate potentially what has become a very costly and politically controversial here in the United States military campaign against narcotics traffickers and military buildup in the Caribbean. So it's possible this may be more of an off-ramp to further hostilities, whatever bluster we might be hearing from the administration.
We don't have time for your farting around.
That said, we do have to wait and see. This administration has proven more willing to use military force than the first Trump administration. That is a trend I have no doubt will continue. I'm not sure that means, though, they're going to be willing to wage war over Greenland or Cuba or Colombia or any of the other targets that the president sometimes mentions in errant remarks.
What happens next is very interesting. We had the president talking about the US running Venezuela. The Secretary of State has walked that back a bit over the last 24 hours, but it's clear the US wants a pliant leader in Venezuela going forward. How do you see the governance of Venezuela now unfolding after what happened over the weekend?
Vote Nepal.
In my mind, that's really the big question to look at moving forward, not least because the United States position on this is really unclear. What President Trump said yesterday is in pretty clear tension with what has been his own administration's policy up to this point. Remember, in 2019, President Trump's first administration was the first to break from recognizing Maduro and to lead much of the international community in doing so, and to instead recognize Juan Guaido as the interim president of Venezuela by virtue of his status as the head of the National Assembly. This was a body that was elected in 2015. It represents a lot of the opposition movement and has been hailed as kind of the last valid democratic institution of Venezuela. That really is in tension with this idea now, saying, well, we've said all for the last several years, this other group is the legitimate government, or the last legitimate institutional government for the Venezuelan government, but now we're not going to let them run the country. We're going to go essentially to the Maduro regime, sans Maduro, and put them in power. We also have to remember there was an election last year, and Secretary Rubio himself is on the record saying that the surrogate candidate for the opposition leader, Machado, who eventually stood in her place after she was disqualified from the election, won that election. So if you say they've won the election, they are the legitimate winners, then why are they not the people being put in charge of this country?
Poll in the
but
link
the
again.
Trump administration isn't dealing honestly with that, and it isn't really providing a clear sense of where it's going in terms of how it sees Venezuela is going to be managed. It's entirely possible it doesn't know itself yet. It's still figuring that out.
Yeah,
the whole world is watching. What message does the events over the last weekend, in your view, send to people like President Xi in our neighbourhood? China has very publicly stated ambitions towards Taiwan. What message does the American action in Venezuela send to somebody like him?
There's a strong element where you can read this message through, or this action through a lot of different lenses. It's possible you read it through an action about saying, well, you read the Trump administration's national security strategy that came out last month, and it really seems to suggest a spheres of influence model, suggesting that China, Russia, and the United States as kind of the three major powers should essentially each get to dominate a degree of sphere of influence and just have to work on balancing each other properly. And you could read that lens to say, well, maybe that means that Russia gets to win in Ukraine more than the Biden administration allowed it, and that China gets to win.
Is the martial arts silly or serious?
Russian and Chinese influence in Venezuela was a major factor cited as a reason for this intervention, a reason for opposing Maduro for the last several years, just as that sort of intervention is cited as a reason why U.S. needs greater influence in Greenland and in other contexts. So I'm not sure, again, the administration is being entirely coherent or clear on this. There are very clearly people with very different views winning on different policy fights, and what the underlying strategy is really hard to tell.
Certainly a volatile start to 2026. Scott Anderson, really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Fuck you, Scott.
The extraordinary intervention in Venezuela has divided world leaders, some outraged, others delighted. Here at home, the reaction has been relatively quiet, with the Albanese government also under pressure to establish a federal royal commission into the Bondi attack and anti-Semitism.
Hey, we're not there yet.
Seized a Chinese-linked oil tanker in the Caribbean, and everyone is pretending it's not a major escalation by the Trump administration.
Is this old?
Can you explain a little more about this Venezuelan oil tanker and...
5 days?
Okay, so this is before shit went down. No, we watched this.
Did we? Okay. That one's old as well. I was just taking stuff off the list, that's all.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Protest.
Arrests in Sydney CBD after the government's calls for a summer of calm. More than 200 protesters gathered at Town Hall yesterday opposing the United States' seizure of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro.
Hands off Venezuela! Hands off Venezuela!
A Venezuelan community group also gathered, celebrating the end of Maduro's reign.
We're very happy that they took Maduro, but at the same time, there is people that didn't want to come to the because there was police presence.
3 people were arrested and released without charge. After the Bondi terror attack, the state government gave police the power to refuse authorisation for all public assemblies for up to 3 months. Police authorisation gives protesters some legal protections, particularly when marching, but that isn't always necessary. The government says police didn't break up the gathering because the ban was never intended to cover static rallies.
The laws aren't designed to stop people coming together in a peaceful way. Our laws are designed to ensure that our community stays safe.
Lawyer Nick Hanna is leading a constitutional challenge to the protest laws. He says police have exaggerated the scope of the new powers.
Contrary to what has been suggested by the police and their somewhat unhelpful use of terms such as unauthorised rallies or unauthorised protests, there's no actual need for them to be authorised.
He insists the laws threaten all protests.
They have the ability to prevent the Invasion Day rally from taking place, or climate change protests from taking place, or even right-wing protests taking place.
Police are expected to decide in the next 2 days whether to extend the restrictions for another 2 weeks. Sean Turrick-Goodwin, ABC News, Sydney.
Our favourite, we haven't watched them for a while.
I'll speak for myself, but I think I also do speak for others in the lab.
This is 40 minutes long. Skip.
Bondi terrorist has been moved from hospital to Australia's most secure jail. Naveed Akram is now in Goulburn's Supermax 3 weeks after he was shot by police at the famous beach. It comes as federal politicians prepare to be hauled back to work early this year to pass new legislation cracking down on hate speech and firebrand preachers who vilify people of other religions.
Pressure has been increasing on the Prime Minister to announce a federal royal...
I sent you multiple. Have you accepted mine?
Or is that the other game where I sent you gifts?
It was the other one.
Okay, hang on.
Ruby. Jules. Jules! Me. Vote for me for... actually...
I already
don't vote
voted.
for me. Okay, never mind. Let's do... Actually, I'm going to vote for Canada to gain loyal... No. Lose loyalty. Canada, because I'm about to put my cultist in his territory.
Look at this guy. He looks lost, huh?
Yeah, always.
Royal Commission. So far, there's already the police investigation, a New South Wales Royal Commission, and an intelligence review by former spy chief Dennis Richardson.
Around 70 of Australia's sports stars, including swimming legend Dawn Fraser, have been the latest to demand more be done in the wake of the tragedy. But the government, so far, is standing firm.
These calls for a Royal Commission come overwhelmingly from a good place. And a lot of the voices that I've heard are voices that I respect a great deal. The government's position is that we are focused on the urgent and the immediate.
Yes, although it's hard to think of anything that's more urgent and immediate at this point in time. So one of those...
Hey, dickhead. It's easily explainable. Let me just have a quick Google here. How much do Royal Commissions cost? Royal Commissions are very expensive, costing anywhere from a few $1 million to hundreds of millions of dollars for major investigations like the Disability Royal Commission, which was over $500 million, or the Child Sexual Abuse Commission, which was around $340 million, with costs driven by larger teams, senior counsel, extensive investigators, and support for affected individuals. So when someone on a live stream who's been doing journalism for what, 3 years maybe, is able to explain why ISIS would attack Jews in under 90 seconds, why would we want to waste millions of dollars on what is essentially a waste of time, and more importantly, a waste of money? Would love to hear some answers. Nobody's gonna
Fuck!
answer me though.
I just had a spy.
Those voices.
And he had fucking rocketry sabotage, and I clicked siphon funds, and after I clicked it, I was like, fuck, he had rocketry sabotage.
Rip. That is
bad upgrade.
Depressing. Rail.
As the Treasurer was talking about is Olympic swimming legend Dawn Fraser, and she joins us on the program. Dawn, you've signed a letter along with 70 other athletes calling for a federal royal commission. What made you want to add your name to this?
Well, look, I've been a member of Australian sport for quite a number of years. I've had a lot of support.
Okay, Grandma, let's get you to bed.
My community, and that includes, you know, Greeks, Italians, the Jews.
Excuse me, old lady.
She said Italian.
Why? Okay. Firstly, you're a retired, almost dead tennis player. 2,
bro, what the fuck?
You're a tennis player. 3,
what did she do to you, bro?
Why do I like? What do you know about terrorism? What do you know about geopolitics? And what do you know about international relations that would make me give a
Italian.
Whether your name is attached to a demand for a fucking royal commission, which is an overall waste of time and money. Why would I give a fuck? Shut up and die quietly. By the way, give me a second. Dawn Fraser comments on trans people. Let's see. I don't... This is a quote from her. I don't think it's fair to have transgender men competing against women. Well, Dawn, good news. They don't. But yeah, no, she's a notorious Murdoch chud that comes out anytime the Murdoch press needs a big name behind their push. She's always coming out to put her name behind the cunty push for whatever bullshit is being pushed in the Murdoch press at this point. It's embarrassing.
And, you know, I think what happened one day on the 14th of December is, you know, really something in this country I never thought I would ever see. And
Hi, Dawn. You were alive during...
terrorism?
Port Arthur. You were alive during...
You never thought you'd see terrorists?
Terrorism. Like, what are you talking about? Like... I guarantee... Do you reckon she even knows what ISIS is? There's no way.
Look at that styling and profiling pink funeral suit. That's somebody... You know somebody is clearly, you know, a sensitive and respectful person when they dress glammy for a funeral.
It's a fair point. That one.
And I thought that I would sit up and support the community.
Dawn, why is it so important for you to do that, you and the other athletes?
Because we have a lot of athletes that are Jewish born and born in Australia. And I think that we should support them like they've supported me.
Dawn, Your words to the Prime Minister, pretty...
So we as
Done.
a country...
You're a fucking idiot.
So we as a country should waste millions of dollars, and I guarantee that when it costs $500,000 because the investigation will take 5 seconds, they will say, no, it needs to be further investigated, and they want the hundreds of millions of dollars spent on this because they want to feel special. Also, because I guarantee that there are massive Israeli pushes behind this. Because Netanyahu's already thrown his disinformation hat in the ring by calling the guy from, where was he from? Aleppo? No.
Where is Aleppo?
Lebanon. Was he Lebanese? Syrian. What's the Kurdish city in the top that's not really Kurdish? Idlib. He was from Idlib.
There's no Kurds in Idlib.
No? Am I thinking of a
that's the
different one?
jihadi capital.
Ah, okay. Because he was from Idlib. And Netanyahu just, like, within an hour was just like, ah, brave Jew. And then Netanyahu has been constantly talking about how the Australian government recognising Palestine... Like, he's been so involved in the goings-on of the country since this happened. And there cannot be a coincidence that Murdoch is pushing for a royal commission while also the people that I know are associated with Israel also are. That can't be a coincidence.
Pretty strong. You called him weak, saying that he's running for cover. Do you really believe that?
There's something behind the weakness that he's shown. And he's
what an asshole clown question, bro.
Why do you think we need to have an inquiry with this kind of power?
Because we're looking to see what's going on in the background. Something's being held, and I think that we should all, as citizens of this country and supporters of their Prime Minister, we should know what's going on
in the background.
Yeah, the PM says the review
She
by
didn't
Dennis Richardson,
say anything.
the criminal investigation by the police.
You didn't say anything, lady. There's something going on in the background? What do you mean?
What would you like to see a royal commission uncover?
This literally
I don't know, but
is cut like a fucking like satire. Like, is this fucking Anchorman? The way they're lining up these journalists' questions and this lady is like not answering them. Why does this commission need to exist? There's something going on in the background. What does that mean, Don? How about you follow up with, Don, what the fuck are you talking about?
It would help.
Listen, this is me. I'm going to show you a clip of me talking to her when I'm interviewing her.
Yeah. I have been warned. Oh no, Canada is warning me. Oh no. Friendship, yes. I like friends.
Okay, ready? This is me talking to Don.
Economic alliance. Did you give me open borders?
Sent friendship. Oh, okay. Because I'm in another lobby.
Cool. Okay.
One second. Check. Cool. Okay. This is me. Hang on, I want to... Can we get Dawn in there? Why can't I click on things? I'm on the wrong screen. Clicking on a full screen. We want Dawn over here. Okay, this is me talking to her.
I'm running this monkey farm now, Frankenstein, and I want to know what the fuck you're doing with my time. I'm running this...
What is that from?
A Day of the Dead.
Amazing.
Cover him, that's why a royal commission is needed.
Well, you say you're not a political person. What would you then say to people who believe that sport and politics shouldn't even mix?
I'm one saying that sports in politics shouldn't mix because, you know, we're a free country and we should be able to act in our sport the way we want to.
Hey, Dawn, on another slightly different matter, Aussie sprinter Steve Solomon has been
I'm just saying, she looks kind of like a witch if you see her in this high profile.
Should be wearing their Olympic uniforms.
Literally, what you would draw if you were going to draw a hag. How does she not hear herself? Deaf as fuck.
she old.
Look, if they've earned the if they've earned the Australian team uniform, they're at liberty to wear it anywhere they want. I still wear mine occasionally around the house, or sometimes if I'm sitting down watching television, I'll put my tracksuit on and. You know, I love Australia, and I'm a true Australian, and I think that, you know...
I love Australia, I'm a true Australian, I'm doing everything that Israel wants me to do. Great.
Right to wear that jacket.
What was it like being at Bondi yesterday?
Very sad.
Was that what she wore to the Bondi Beach Massacre? That snazzy pink suit? I thought that was like archive footage. No. You wore that to the fucking memorial, lady? What the fuck?
A lady that lost her husband.
Fucking regular Erica Kirk over here. It's called grieving, okay?
And she just became a great grandmother.
You just don't
understand.
understand.
The sorry part about losing my husband after 57 years of living in this beautiful country of ours. My husband cannot remember that he's ever going to be a grandfather. And I said, well, you just go and enjoy it. And she
this
was
like her just be like this great beautiful country. It reminds me.
And she had to suffer this.
Yeah, there's lots.
At the end of the
lots of stories like that. Dawn, you've always been a great voice for Australia.
The very last mission in Perfect Dark, you're like going to basically destroy the equivalent of Mecca for lizard people.
Okay.
And so you got a big-headed alien. His name's Elvis. Well, his name's Protector 1, but you can call him Elvis. And he's like a little gray alien with a big head. And he's like talking about how like it's a holy site, it's a holy planet. And Joanna just sarcastically loading a grenade launcher, and he goes, so let me get this straight. It's holy. Like, great. I'm gonna fucking blow it up now.
And that's in the game.
Yeah, it's such a hard line. And then he's like, don't you go, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. That's how he sounds. I don't know. He sounds exactly like that. You'd be like, wow, he literally is going. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm almost tempted to take Faces and then expand onto it. Her dad is in such a shit position. But like, there's a hill, river, mountain tile next to it.
I love Windmill.
Thank you, Denham, and thank you, Georgie.
Oh, this machine gunner came
The
over
people
here.
of Bondi are still struggling to understand how their hallowed ground became the scene of a bloody atrocity.
I don't think there's any doubt that if we had our time again, of course we would do things differently.
What were the intelligence gaps that led to the actions of Sajid Akram and his son Naveed Akram? And what did police do in response to what would become Australia's worst terror attack in years?
In
we're all
years.
wise in hindsight, you know,
That means
but the
nothing.
police don't have crystal balls. So
wow,
it's
in years,
important
huh?
to say, right, what was known at the time, and then
How
in
many?
review, were the chances to have acted earlier, more decisively, or was it beyond all of us?
More details emerged this week about the 2 wounded police officers. 22-year-old probationary constable Jack Hibbert, just 4 months into the job.
Don't care.
And 25-year-old constable Scott Dyson, 18 months in the force. Police have confirmed that both were in the park, where hundreds gathered for Hanukkah celebrations, and both moved towards the gunman when the first shots were fired.
Hey, what about the actual
I just
victim?
think such brave young souls. Who does that?
Someone let an owl
Bro,
out.
brother, they're cops. That's their job. They literally get a paycheck to do this. Why are they getting praised?
Police.
But questions remain about whether there were enough police at the Hanukkah festival. The Police Commissioner, Mal Lanyon, facing a heated media conference on Tuesday.
Oh, more cops. That's what we need.
I've said previously that they received taskings to go to the Bondi Beach, so there were police moving through there at all times.
How many at the festival?
I can't tell you at any particular time. As I said, they received taskings.
Sorry.
The Premier stepping in to defend the police.
There are 2 officers in critical care in New South Wales hospitals at the moment. They weren't shot in the back as they were running away. They were shot in the front.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to
that's
be
their
graphic
job.
about it, but if there's any suggestion that New South Wales Police didn't live up to their responsibilities to the people of this state, it should be rejected because it's not consistent with the facts.
They are open questions.
Wait, hang on.
No, I'm sorry, but I
Hey,
do
no,
have-
hang on. Hang on. Not consistent with the facts? Did you just say live up? Sounds like your facts are wrong because they're dead, bro. So, how about that?
Did they die or was it an injury?
Whoa, whatever.
Same.
do have a responsibility.
They are quite simple questions.
Was it a failure of staffing?
The Premier later confirmed there were at least 3 police officers at the park at the time, but police are yet to release a full timeline of events. Reports have emerged that New South Wales Police interviewed the son Naveed Akram after an ASIO assessment in 2019. The son was reportedly placed on a known entity management list.
But it's not a legal instrument. It's not like being under a search warrant or a prohibition notice like a child protection register which precludes things happening under law. This is an intelligence bucket where names come in, information comes in, they're attached, and it sits in, it's always live.
Former commander of the organised crime squad, Rob Critchlow, says police would have done a thorough risk assessment of the Jewish festival with the organisers.
To have 3 members there for that event alone is quite a substantial commitment. You know, that's a lot of public resources standing around the park watching people have fun on a Sunday. So it wasn't disregarded, it wasn't ignored.
The Jewish community uses its own professional security guards, as well as a specialist-led volunteer organisation known as the Community Security Group.
Very professional members, their leadership are often ex-Israeli military and have great working relationships with both the counter-terrorism command and the frontline commanders. So they're not blind. There was obviously a decision made that the footprint that was there was sufficient, that the overlays of the CSG and the police
I just want
to sufficient for what was in front of them at the time. And again, the review will tell us whether that's right or wrong.
So
but
it's in
from what
the
we can see,
process.
it doesn't seem unreasonable.
Before I stop.
CSG operates around Australia and is now on heightened alert. It's a necessary part of life, according to the Jewish community.
You can walk into a church or a non-denominational facility of any type anywhere in this country. You will not be challenged. If the door is unlocked, you can just open it and walk in. Many occasions in our community, it's very different. And we unfortunately have to conduct our lives Jewishly behind these higher walls and greater protections simply because of...
What do we know about walls?
The attacks that we have seen around the world. And sadly, what we've just seen in Bondi is proof again.
They just be making words up.
Yeah, I heard that too. I was like...
of the risk that we face.
The president of the community's peak body says there were...
It's not Jewish, it's Jewish.
no warning signs before the festival.
we've always been aware of the risk of attacks,
your city's
including
rebelling.
violent attacks, and that's why we've taken the protections that we necessarily have. There was no advance warning that the Hanukkah festival by the sea at Bondi Beach carried greater risk than any other event that we've recently held. We took the precautions that we needed to take.
In the first moments of the attack, there was mass panic. Another former Detective Superintendent, Brett Henderson, who worked in Bondi, says the first responders would have faced a confusing and chaotic scene.
You've got a number of people running away from danger, obviously traumatised, obviously trying to protect loved ones. You're a police officer trying to get there. It's okay to say that, oh, you've got lights and sirens, so everyone should get out of your road, but they don't.
He says officers would have also had a tough time identifying the source of the gunshots.
And of course, you're right. There's a number of high-rise buildings, but they're high-rise enough around that area that another active shooter could be at that location and could cause issues. So no doubt, running into a scene like that, you would be scoping all the way as to what could be here.
Precisely what happened that night will become clearer in time.
I think it's really important to remain focused on the fact these two men made choices. They made choices to act, to prepare and act in the way they did, and the blame sits with them squarely. But obviously, the state and federal bodies need to look at themselves and what they did.
Today, the Prime Minister announced sweeping reforms to crack down on hate speech and radicalisation. The changes will see hate preachers targeted and grant the Home Affairs Minister new powers to reject or cancel visas.
What about
the Prime Minister
Nazis?
also responded to critics who say he failed to act forcefully enough on anti-Semitism.
Do you think part of the healing is offering a statement of contrition, whether it's a broader one from society or your own, would move some of those people, help some of those people?
Look, of course more could have always been done. Governments aren't perfect. I'm not perfect. We have engaged in a constructive way. We've done, including, there wasn't a special envoy on anti-Semitism before this government came to office. I, of course, acknowledge that more could have been done, and I accept my responsibility for the part in that as Prime Minister of Australia.
7:30's political editor.
I just want to bring up that no other Prime Minister has ever been blamed for a terrorist attack in our history, and to blame this guy
that would be really
now
stupid, so...
is exactly incredibly fucking stupid. And Anthony Albanese is not to blame for the terrorist attack, and anybody that says this or asserts this is fucking stupid. Or an agent.
Editor Jacob Grieber joins me now. Jacob, that was a very significant moment today with the Prime Minister answering your question. We're not used to hearing Anthony Albanese make significant concessions like that. Can you walk me through how that unfolded and what you see as the significance
Thrilling.
of
Walk
that
us
moment?
through it.
Look, I think you're right about that. It was during a press conference today where he announced this new suite of measures that they're looking to develop, really to tackle the anti-Semitism issue head on. There's been criticism during the week that he was more focused on gun law reform. The narrative took hold that this was at the expense of looking at the anti-Semitism issue. But the opportunity arose for him in this press conference to address, I guess, the question more broadly of a contrition or taking some share of the blame. Now, no one's suggesting, I don't think fair-mindedly, that he's to blame for those terrible events. They were
Okay, shut up.
Let me introduce you to Anthony Lowenstein. He's an independent journalist and author. He joins us live from Sydney. Anthony, it's really good to have you on Al Jazeera. We are not, as you know, in possession...
Before we get into this, did you see that the guy who disarmed one of the gunmen was asked to do an interview by Sky News, and when they did it, he asked them to hire out a Hilton room with a bunch of stuff. They did it, and then he fucking ghosted them. So they spent all this fucking money, and he just didn't turn up.
Okay, you want to stop streaming to the other channels?
Yeah, I'll turn it off.
And get ready for the raid to the movie channel.
Yeah, I want to watch this one first, though.
Yep.
Possession of all the facts right now, but it's pretty clear...
This video is 10 minutes long, so in 10 minutes we'll shut down the channels.
I saved, so you can exit.
That this was an attack on Sydney's Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah. I understand from watching one of your podcasts, or listening to one of your podcasts, that you were celebrating yourself at home. I mean, how are you feeling today?
I was celebrating. I'm Jewish, I'm Australian, and I was celebrating at home. I live about half an hour by car from Bondi in Sydney, and I was celebrating Hanukkah. I'm not a religious person, but it's more of a cultural event. It's sort of something to mark, and my family and children enjoy it. Last night, and I found out about this attack pretty soon after it happened. I mean, how do I feel about it today? I am distraught. I am angry. I am deeply, deeply frustrated with what I already see as the weaponisation of this attack by many members of the political elite in Australia and globally, many in the media. But also there's many elephants in the room. We don't know, as you say, all the details of why these two killers did what they did. Apparently they travelled to the Philippines in the last few months before this attack, which doesn't mean anything on its own, but potentially had some connection to Southeast Asian Islamist groups. We'll find out more about that in time. But what really saddens me is that so many, and I say this as someone Jewish organisations and politicians have made a direct link and connection between yesterday's attack and pro-Palestine marches. Criticism of Israel in the last 2.5 years since October 7, as if somehow anyone knows what the motivations of the killers were. They don't. And secondly, this idea somehow that peaceful protest in a country like Australia, or anywhere for that matter, against Israel's genocide is somehow unacceptable. And many Jewish people as involved in those protests, are involved in that activity. So I've got very, very mixed emotions, to be honest, very mixed emotions.
And Anthony, you touched upon this. I mean, but last year, Australia, we know, appointed an anti-Semitism envoy, Gillian Segal, over fears of rising anti-Semitism in the country. An anti-Islamophobia envoy has since been...
Only Al Jazeera is talking about this particular aspect, the tying of the Palestinian protests to the terror attacks and how fucking dangerous it is.
Appointed to. I mean, in the wake of the Bondi attack, Gillian Segal said, we need to stop with the hate, stop the chant, stop with the waving of terrorist flags, because it progresses just as we saw at the Opera House, Harbour Bridge, and now Bondi Beach, each a progression of hateful words leading to where we are today. I mean, you already mentioned a few months ago, 300,000 people took part in that March for Humanity over the iconic Sydney Harbour Bridge to oppose the war in Gaza. How do you see these comments? Do they make Australian Jews feel safer?
Well, I think they're outrageous, and it's worth saying for your viewers to understand that Gillian Segal, who was appointed by the Australian government as the anti-Semitism envoy, is one of the former leaders of the pro-Israel lobby, so it's pretty clear where she stands. When she made some of these comments, within hours of this attack in Bondi, she made a direct connection between protests in support of Palestine and the terrorist act, which is an outrageous thing to say. A few months ago, she had proposals about what she said would stamp out anti-Semitism, which involves some kind of overview, presumably by her or someone else, about what is allegedly anti-Semitism if government money is going to universities or to arts organisations. Now, I, as a Jew, fundamentally, of course, oppose anti-Semitism. But what is happening here is clearly what we see in many, many other countries, a deliberate conflation, a dishonest conflation between criticism of Israel, which is legitimate and frankly necessary when it's a belligerent occupier and has committed genocide against Palestinians, and anti-Semitism. They are not the same thing. Anti-Semitism is real, it's increasing, it's worse, and it's a problem. Yesterday's attack in Bondi clearly is a vile abomination and anti-Semitic. No question about that. But the idea somehow that huge amounts of people in Australia, including Jews around the world, are protesting the Israeli government that somehow makes us complicit in an anti-Semitic hate crime and terrorism. That's an outrageous thing to say.
Okay.
Gillian Siegel will not be...
Well, I just shut down the Kick because I don't think anybody's watching on Kick.
Okay. I gotta post the link too, but it will raid. It's only as long as you're
there's
not,
one person watching on YouTube, so you can put it there.
be providing a solution to this problem at all. And there are huge amounts of Jewish people that I know who fundamentally oppose what she stands for, what she's trying to propose, which is very similar to many other similar, I would argue, pro-Israel fanatics that exist in other countries around the world. It's outrageous.
The Israeli government was, as you know, very quick to condemn the attack on Australian Jews, but also to essentially say, we told you so. I mean, Australia recently recognised Palestinian statehood. The Australian government has called out the famine and suffering in Gaza. I mean, what does it mean to you, Anthony, for a foreign power to be speaking so firmly what is essentially a matter of Australian domestic and foreign policy?
It's absolutely disgusting that within hours of this attack, Benjamin Netanyahu, senior members of the Israeli government, the Foreign Minister, the Minister for Diaspora Affairs, and many, many others are putting out comments on X, essentially blaming the Albanese government, that's the government in Australia, for recognising Palestine, and somehow it's Albanese's fault. Now, I'm not a big supporter of Albanese. It's worth saying for viewers that the government in Australia has been sending F-35 fighter jet parts to Israel in the last 2.5 years. None of that has stopped. So to suggest somehow that the Australian government is fanatically anti-Israel is simply delusional. What the pro-Israel forces want, and what they've said, including Gillian Siegel, there should be no public protests in support of Palestine. Now, we live in a democracy. Last time I checked, a flawed one, but a democracy. We have the right to protest. A peaceful protest is legitimate and legal. And the idea of the Israeli government, a government that frankly has no moral authority to speak, this is a government which is full of far-right, racist fanatics. And what is so disgraceful is you have pro-Israel members of the parliament, journalists and others who essentially look to the Israeli government for leadership on this question. Are you serious? Because Israel's a self-described Jewish state does not mean that it provides security and safety. And as a Jew, I am saying, as I've said for years, as many Jews are saying, Israeli actions, none of it justifies what happened yesterday. We don't even know the real motivations yet. But Jewish safety is in fact worsened by Israeli violence. And there's just no question about that. So to conflate these issues is deeply outrageous and offensive and inappropriate. And the Israeli government needs to frankly shove it. And that's being polite.
As the investigators start their work, as the floral tributes mount the side of the attack on Bondi Beach, I mean, Anthony, at this moment of heightened sensitivity, I mean, how do Australians mourn in a healthy way, without risk of manipulation, either from those inside Australia seeking to exploit division, or indeed those outside Australia?
Look, mourning is vital and necessary, both for all the victims and whether they're Jewish or others, to support them, to give them whatever medical care they need, to facilitate anything else that they might need. And I notice the Australian government is doing that at the moment. And mourning also means how you tackle these issues. Now, again, I caveat my comments with saying we don't know all the details at all about the killers of this case. But if this ends up being an Islamist attack, an ISIS-type attack, which it sort of seems to be, this has sadly happened in many, many other countries around the world in the last 10, 15 years. And
Let's
the
wrap
way
it
you
up.
deal
Come
with
on.
that is
No
not
God all day.
to suppress speech or suppress
It's
legitimate
this old reporting.
conversation
We've heard
about.
all this before.
But it's done. It's fine.
And they keep replaying the same video in the background, so it's just sirens.
Yeah, because it's not about the fucking video.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
about
just saying.
talking about how
It's
they're trying
annoying.
to
The
connect
sirens are fucking
terrorists
annoying.
to Palestine. All right, you can do the raid now. YouTube's shutting down. Bye, YouTube. When it fucking opens.